YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. We've got the Dynam Messerschmitt ME262 here. We're gonna fly it. We have 4S in parallel, dual, 3,200 milliamp hour packs. So that's a total of 6,400 milliamp hours of life we're gonna have on this in a parallel configuration, keep in mind. And I just want you guys to see this. Look at this. We got a parallel adapter. Got the ESCs mounted up. We did add ventilation. We'll go into great detail at the very end of the video. We'll go over that after the build and the radio setup. We're gonna be flying on a DT9, which is the Dynam's answer to the computerized transmitter. So far, we've been okay with it. It's not amazing, it's not horrible. It's certainly a lot better than the ready to fly configuration. But if you get the smart ready to fly planes, you'll get something that'll get you in the air. So that being said, check the link in the description if you wanna see us have some success. You'll help support us, and we will put every trim finish level, because right now this plane comes in two colors. It's like this, and then it's got the gray and dark gray on the top, and we will link to all of those with the smart ready to fly, the bind and play, which is what we did here, and then the plug and play if you'd like. So whichever one you like, just go for it. We're using two smart packs from Spectrum, 4,000 milliamp, 3,200 milliamps each, 4S. All right, camera crew, you ready to do this?
Where do you want me to be to start?
In the middle. Okay, gyro's on. Wow, that thing got off the ground way easier than I thought.
That was crazy.
Did you see the dirt and stuff?
I did not.
So
Dirt?
far flying great, actually. I wonder if it's a thrust angle thing. Okay, let's go over the tree line, and then between the house, it feels solid.
Looks good.
You good?
Yep.
Oh yeah, baby, that was so cool. That looks so good. Those colors are awesome. Man, that looks gorgeous against the sky. I hope we're getting good footage because that thing is pretty. %50 throttle there. We did cut some holes in to simulate the guns, also for ventilation, obviously. Man, this thing is like really forgivingly good flying. I'm loving the way it looks in the air. Backing off the throttle, trying to be nice. I think we set our timer to whatever they recommended, which is probably not probably enough.
There was no recommendation.
Oh, there wasn't?
No. I think we went 4 or 5 minutes, if I remember right.
Okay. So, I'm gonna try it with the gyro off. Gyro's off. It was just flying a little bit slow for me, actually, like controls were slow. This thing is just really solid feeling. The wings are not overly strong. You can see some major deflection under heavy loading. Let's see if we can go under the power lines here. The EDFs are the, that's the whining you're hearing. There is a nasty, nasty point. Keeping in the power. Oh, that thing is gorgeous. Guys, this is no gyro. Look how nice it's flying. Granted, it's calm. I hear a woodpecker, and I swear it was a plane. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear it.
There is a little bit of an up thrust angle. With full throttle, it lifts the nose just a hair. Guys, this thing flies great. I'm really happy with the way it's flying. Okay. Let's do a glide over the power lines and then down the runway close. Okay. Thank you. Stay where you are there. Okay. Thank you. Do you see it jank up when I give a throttle like that? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I don't know if that's a warning or what that is. 3 minutes and 4. Okay, gyro's back on. I don't know what that beeping is, but it's beeping. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This plane is so stinking glorious looking. I'm sort of afraid to do anything with it because I don't want to crash it. All right, should we try an approach?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, you stay where you are. I know
Behind
where you are.
Yep.
Gear coming out. We're gonna have to land the other way, camera crew, I think.
All right.
Gear going back up. Guys, one thing I've noticed about this transmitter is I'm not crazy about where the switches are for flaps and or gear, because I have trouble getting to them. Gear coming out. Boy, that thing disappears against the trees, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh man, she's going pretty fast. I wonder if we're gonna have to go out to the road for the landing. Man, that looks so good. I love it. It's so pretty, man. Touch it goes twice like that. But you see how fast it's coming up that runway?
I know.
I don't want to crash it into the snowbank. It'll screw it all up.
So will crashing it in the field if you're not at power.
I know. I'm not out of time. Oh, that's a tree.
Okay.
Okay, so guys, that's a real bummer because that thing did so good. And then I'm gonna end up missing my mark by 2 feet.
Yep.
That one tree is gonna end up being the demise of this gorgeous plane. Oh, it's so frustrating. And the gear were down, so usually when gear are down, it's not good for planes. Are you kidding me?
Oh?
Look at that, it might be okay. What are the chances?
I'm glad you get to go get it.
Elevator, rudder, steerable's working. Ailerons, yeah, this is gonna suck.
Here, do you want me to hold your trans? No.
No,
Okay.
actually, I'll go up where the kids are sledding. So guys, all I gotta say is we might have got really lucky. There's always more damage than you realize at first, but we'll find out. That hit really nicely. Oh, it hit right here.
You were going pretty slow, luckily.
Are you freaking kidding me? It's a Christmas miracle. Look, that's all. Are you kidding me? All right, here we go.
Be careful.
I just gotta scale Everest here. If I fall, it'll probably break worse. Okay, all right, here's the real ticket. Ready? You've got to be kidding me. That is so lucky. You know what we have to do now?
Are you gonna take off?
Yeah,
Oh, jeez.
of course. Why would I not? After that? Everything is working. Oh, that is so awesome, guys. Gear going up? Hey,
Yeah.
just pick a side. You good?
Yep.
That is so awesome, guys. Oh, guys, there's nothing quite like crashing and knowing your plane is destroyed and then finding out you were wrong. Especially a plane you like. Okay, camera crew, if you want to go to your first turn off availability. Okay.
I'm behind you.
Putting the gear down. You good, camera crew?
Yep.
Nice little practice run there. Both gear going up. I cannot believe that. 30% throttle, bleeding off inertia, energy. Trying to get up against the snow, actually. I like that approach. I just didn't like the speed. We're gonna get this. Anybody who says snow flying is easy hasn't done it. This is hilarious.
You're not gonna stop before the snow.
No, I am. I'm gonna do it. I'll get it right. I'm just gotta get the timing right. That last approach when I hit the tree was perfect, except for the tree. Seriously, it was. Nope. Not enough. Really close. Out of the gear again. All right, here we go. Gear coming out. Hey, this would be a good plane to add some drag with the landing gear. Doors. Oh, crap! Lost the wheel! What are the chances? Oh, it survives all that crap and then the wheel comes off. All right, let's show the people the carnage. All right, I bet there's a cap somewhere out here. So if you want to hold this, camera crew, let's see if we can figure it out. That is crazy, guys. I am really, really happy that this plane survived because how beautiful is it? What was holding it on? Oh, it's a retainer.
So that,
yeah.
We gotta go find that.
If we can.
Okay. Well,
oh, and then it broke this thing because of that. That sucks.
Well, those were pretty crappy to start with.
Those were crappy. I'm almost wondering if it'd be worth just taking them off.
I wonder if it was already broken. Or it broke when you crashed, maybe.
Oh, you know what? That's always possible. Okay, so guys, final thoughts. Hold on, let me get the snow out of the EDFs. That thing is pretty cool. I don't think we're out of power either. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to take off again because I'm going to get in big trouble if I do that.
Well, you only have 2 wheels now.
But look at this. Yeah. That damage was all we got. That should tell you that this thing is pretty strong. That's all we got. I can fix that with some warm water. I'll take a sponge and I'll stick it in a glass of water and then I'll put it in the microwave or microwave the water and then I'll put the sponge in and I'll set it over that and this thing will pull right back out. And you literally won't even know it was crashed other than the video with millions of views on it.
So everyone has to watch it 100 times.
Hundreds of times. That's right. Everybody watch it 10,000 times and we'll get to the million. All right, there you go. I even got snow on the radio for you guys. Come back for more. Build is next. Definitely check this plane out. We had some issues with the build. Big surprise. You'll notice that when you watch the build. If you want to know about our guns and our exhaust vents, then stick around. It's at the very end of the build. Also, we probably, by rights, we need to show them the voltage of the packs.
Did you, are we going to go by that tester?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're at 14.6. Cell 1 is 3.67. Cell 2 is 3.64. Cell 3 is 3.69. Cell 4 is 3.65. Are you kidding me? And then look, double. 2 of them, guys. That is really awesome. And I gotta say, I've been really impressed. Like the C-37, or the C-47, sorry, flew like a dream. It was a humongous pain to put together. The BF-110 from Dynam, it flew like crap because the servos were bad. You may notice I had to replace the servo for the elevator. This thing flew phenomenal. It was good. It was easy to fly. Did you see how nice it flared? I mean, sure, there's really no excuse for flaps on a plane of this caliber, except for the fact that I know that Dynam would probably make me build them somehow, and then it would be really a pain in the butt. But look at this. All you have to do is cut that out.
Yeah.
And then Yeah, you got clearance. Why didn't they have flaps in this to begin with? So if you had flaps on here, I just don't know if they'd be super effective. Obviously, this was probably from hitting the tree, so I'll get that figured out. It's not a big deal. And then I have collars like that. No big deal there. I would say this thing is definitely a winner.
And if we wouldn't have had to replace that one servo, it probably was the best Dynam build we've done yet.
Well, plus we used a different canopy glue here, which you guys will see if you stick around for
Yeah.
the build, and the canopy is way better.
Super nice.
So to be perfectly honest with you, guys, these Dynams, I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I know I don't have a wheel. They are a bit of a project plane, but let's be honest. There's the collar.
Oh, perfect. I figured it was right here on the curve.
Well, did you see I had to slow the plane down?
Yeah.
And yes, I'm wearing nitrate gloves because they keep my hands just a little bit less cold. That is so cool, guys.
Good.
I feel like this plane was a massive victory. And how sweet do those guns look now that we did that? That actually looks awesome.
Yeah, that actually looks really cool.
Step over here so you're out of the light there, camera crew. That worked really nice. And those are 4 vent holes. And by the way, we didn't check to see if the ESCs are hot. I suppose we could.
Well, the single digit temperatures outside will help that.
That does help, but you'd be surprised.
No, I know. They still get hot.
They're warm, but they're only warm to the touch. Now, they've been cooling down a little bit.
Right.
But I'll be honest with you. When you're inside of one of these and you don't have airflow, they don't cool down very quick. Like, feel it, for real.
Well, I have gloves.
It's not bad.
Oh, no. They're like barely warm.
I've had planes where the things are practically wanting to catch on fire.
Yeah.
So,
You're not melting hot glue at that temperature.
exactly. And what happens is you kill your plane because you melt the connection points, the solder desolders. So if you can keep it below that 390 degrees or whatever, I think it's some 400 and some odd degrees is where solder melts, then you're actually okay. But then it melts everything else around it. The heat shrink, usually it finds a weak point and it splits, but otherwise the heat sink should help with that. But in these foam planes, there's no excuse for not having vents. There weren't vents in this.
Right.
You got to do it yourself. There's one little hole. A little hole.
Little tiny.
What are you thinking, Dynam? One hole that's like about the size of a pinprick? No.
And there's no exit or anything.
There's no exit. So you got to make your own entry and exit holes. These 2 batteries are wide enough that it wants to split the thing open a little bit, so it's going to be a doozy getting them out. If you get a puffy pack and you stuff it in there, you're going to have trouble getting it out. So, thirdly, you're going to be looking at CG issues if you don't use a huge pack. I felt like that was a tremendous amount of flight time. I felt like that was enough to get my fill in. How many landing approaches did I take?
You had to have been pretty close to 10 minutes, I would guess.
That is phenomenal on an EDF jet of this size and caliber. To
and
be
it
honest,
looks good.
It's a good flight too. Oh, also I had a magnet break off when we were working, but that's also in the video, so you'll see it. Beyond that, I mean, it's a good plane. And all we had to spend beyond what we spent on the plane itself was batteries. Of course, everybody's gonna have to buy batteries, so that's not really a factor. If you get the right size, by the way, it has an IC5, or excuse me, an EC5. So I could build better adapters that would make this a little bit cleaner. But to be perfectly honest with the Dynams, I want to make sure they're going to live. And this thing's going to live. It's a good plane. It's worth doing a couple of repairs on. That servo probably cost me $7. So it's a Hobby King Metal Gear servo. I think it's in a 15 gram size. If you went up to a high tech or a Spectrum or something that's actually higher quality, you would get better results. That's just what I had lying around, and it happened to have the same dimension so it could hit these spreader bars. And that is something when you're cutting your foam in the back, be careful you don't go in there and cut your wires. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in the build. Guys, this plane is a winner, and I would definitely recommend it. It's not even that expensive for an EDF jet of this size. It's beautiful. The only thing I don't like about it, oh, we did lose this cover in that crash. We'll have to go find that.
Oh.
That'll be super easy to find, that clear piece of plastic.
In the snow.
In the middle of snow.
Good luck.
Or we can cut a bottle. We'll cut a pop bottle and we'll make it happen.
Yep.
But the lights, I didn't even notice them, to be honest. Did you?
I noticed them a couple of passes, but very minimally.
I think it's ridiculous that planes don't have lights on them, guys. So if you're an RC manufacturer and you're making planes without nav lights, I mean, especially with all the new rules coming out, you got to put nav lights on. It's going to be a legal thing here soon, so you might as well just do it. Just start putting in the green and the red. You got to do it. And a forward-facing white light, a back-facing white light would be really nice. It's going to cost you like 10 bucks and then $4 in labor. So just add 15 bucks to the cost, or 25 if you want to make some money on it. But the point is, people need the lights. That being said, beautiful backdrop with the snow. The snow saved this plane today because it slowed down the fall when it hit the ground. The nacelles, also, I noticed that the EDF fans were both horrifically out of balance. That's why you get that resonance at about 15 to 20% throttle, which is what kept me away from flying at less throttle. I could have stretched the flight time longer, and I would have got a lot longer flight time. If those EDFs are balanced, you get way more efficiency. And I'm talking like 20 to 30% more efficiency. So if you know you're gonna fly it a lot, if you wanna make this an everyday flyer, you could totally do that. But that being said, just keep in mind, we're talking Dynam quality. You gotta make sure you go through with a fine-tooth comb on all these things. The electronics seem to be fine, with the exception of the servo. It had chewed through the gear so bad it was obvious. We take that apart for you in the video so you can see what happened to it. It's a common point of failure on servos, but it's unexcusable when it's brand new, dead on arrival, in my opinion. That being said, I had one from Spectrum like that. That was in my Spitfire 1.2.
Oh.
Yep, and we fixed that servo. So anyway, it can happen to anybody. Just check them when you're doing the build. Mine was obviously bad. It wasn't even a question. It was like,
Yeah,
you could tell there was something not going right. Also, I noticed that the flight controller gyro in this model does a interesting phenomena, and you need to be aware of it. Watch the rudder. Or I mean, not the rudder, the elevator. You see how it's like Parkinson style? Like, see how it jumps? That's not the servo. That's normal. Don't freak out. Watch what happens when the gyro's off. See?
Oh.
A little bit of jumpiness, but a lot less. So I wanted to bring that to your attention because I don't want you to think if you get a bind and play, a BNP, you may find that you get that. You don't feel it in the air. I think what's happening is it's taking your input and it's applying the output, and then it's responding with gyro input. So it's like this sequence of events, okay? So I don't know if it works the way that Spectrum does it, or Lemon's copycat, or whatever, the Orange, which is also copycat. Basically, the AS3X stuff operates, they got an expensive system. This is probably a cheaper system, but it does work. It's very solid. Also, I noticed that I probably have almost a little bit too much expo on this plane. I felt like it could have done without some of it. That being said, even with the gyro off, this thing was flying golden. And we do talk about the dual rates in expo in the build video and the radio setup portion of it. So it's at the very end of the build video. Anything else I've forgotten other than the fact that we got really lucky where we hit that tree? It looks like it hit 1, 2 spots, and then we lost the canopy cover there. Which, shoot, did that happen at the end or did that happen before? We'll have to review the footage.
We might have to look.
Because if we can review the footage and find that, that'd be real handy. I'll glue it on with that same glue that I used for the canopy.
Yeah, right.
Any other thoughts?
Pleasantly surprised.
Very pleasantly surprised myself. I mean, how many landings and takeoffs did we get to shoot? That was awesome. There is definitely a thrust angle issue with this plane too. And when you watch the build, you'll understand. We had a really hard time getting those nacelles to actually seat to the wing because they're not screwed on, they're glued on, which is like, what are you thinking, Dynam? But still, it is what it is. That being said, I mean, all they'd have to do is in the clamshell design, leave a hole open and then put a plastic retainer between the two. You could have the screws come from the bottom, you could have the screws come from the top. It wouldn't be that big a deal. Version, whatever this is, the next version needs to include that, Dynam.
Yeah.
Please, seriously. Everybody is doing screw together planes anymore. Nobody's using glue anymore. Okay, you're in the upper echelon of price. You need to start adopting those things. That being said, ours flew. But when I would take off under full throttle, it would pull like this. It wasn't like excessive. Well, it did look like I was, trying to do some sort of a jet takeoff. I wanted to see that smooth, just get off the ground like this, because that's the way these planes would have taken off. Because they were not super speed demons on the ground. They were fast when they got moving, but they took a long time to get up to speed. So that being said, really good flying plane. It's engineered 95%, just like other Dynams. So if they could just get, and I would say this was more like 98%. I would say this is like a 7 out of 10 on a scale of goodness, like a 9 being like a carbon Z Cub. The thing is just flawless, almost. Just preference issues like clear windows and, having a pilot and things like that. That would be cool. But, not having LEDs, that would be, what gets you to the 10 on a carbon Z Cub. On this plane, I feel like it's a 7. I feel like the BF 110 was like a 4 or a 3 maybe. And you could make it a 7 or an 8 with 2 better servos. I feel like the C47, that thing was just really good. That was probably like an 8. But if you'd have put flaps and retracts on it, it would have been a 10 because the thing flew great. The PT-17 flies great. Horrible build, probably an 8. And what's the Grand Cruiser? I don't know, like a 6, mostly from disappointment reasons.
Yeah.
Because of crashes. But the thing is actually a pretty good plane. It's just got a lot of stupid project plane style things that you got to work through if you want it to be a good plane. And the wings are way too flappy. By the way, glue your wing at the wing root. They don't talk about it. That would have helped with the extra dihedral under high load. So that would have helped. The wing spars are strong on this model, but I felt like that would have helped, and it would have been an easy thing to do. It's not like we're going to take it back apart.
Right.
And that would take some of the stress off of the 4 screws that hold the bottom wing on. You could do that with hot glue, by the way. You don't have to use the China glue. If you want to use the China glue, that's fine. It's lighter, but the hot glue is going to give you a better bond because it'll make up for the indisparity between the left and the right wing. They don't get these joints super tight on Dynam planes. They just don't. That being said, my back wing, when we mounted that, the horizontal stab, we had some issues with it being out of alignment up slightly. I didn't feel like that was an issue at all. We got all the control surfaces square. I did not trim 1 click of trim on this plane. Not even 1. I thought I was going to, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Because that was just the thrust angle. So that being said, if you wanted to fix the thrust angle, the best thing you could do is probably get something extremely heavy. And it's going to have to be crazy heavy. And you're going to have to build the wings separately, land the wires, and have the ESC separate and loose. And then you're going to have something extremely heavy because there is a pretty good amount of dihedral in these wings. So when you put something heavy on it, it's going to want to crush stuff. So be aware of that. We did a lot of that in the video trying to get it to go, and we just didn't have great success with it. I wonder if hot glue would have been better on this one.
But then you're going to have to try and get the wires together and in, and
it's challenging. By the way, both ESCs do slide through the really tight hole.
Yes, barely.
Barely. Guys, there's a lot to learn from watching this build video. If you get this plane, and look at me, I crashed it, and it flew another 4 sorties around and touch and goes. What more can you ask for? That's a pretty awesome plane. All right, enough blather for one day. Check the link in the description. If you like the gray livery, we'll have that for you. If you like the Smart Ready to Fly, if you like the bind and play, if you like the plug and play, we're going to link to all 3 and both colors. So there'll be a little chart up at the top. You just click on the one you want. If you like the DT9, which I would highly recommend it, if you're doing Smart Ready to Fly, you're not going to need this. But if you're going to get more than one Dynam plane, just get the bind and play and then order this.
Yep.
Okay, you're going to spend a couple $100 on this. But if you're doing their bind and fly, or their bind and play rather, and you don't want to spend Spectrum bucks, but let's just be honest, guys, the Spectrum bucks are not that much more because this thing is not cheap. It's nice, but it doesn't have the features that Spectrum does. And it's a lot harder to use than Spectrum. And it's not quite as well refined. That being said, the stabilizer in there is way better than I thought it was going to be. Way better. Secondly, if you get the Spectrum gear, you're marrying yourself to Spectrum. But if you get this, you're marrying yourself to this also. So to be honest with you, it's like pick your demon. If you want to have Spectrum gear, just get Spectrum gear, buy the plug and play. You'll be fine. Believe me, there ain't any help building this thing.
Nope.
They stick that thing in there and they got about 2 of the wires landed, and they've been wrong on 2 of the 4 planes. Elevator and rudder were switched on this and on another one. That being said, they did have some of the basics set up correct on the receiver, which is pretty cool. So they have some tech in there. They just aren't utilizing it very well, in my opinion. They could do better. I'm really happy with the plane, though.
Yeah.
It's going to survive to see another day. Those couple of dents, not a big deal. I'm totally fine with it. And that was my mistake. That was not a plane mistake. That crash.
No.
That was me. That, by the way, it's kind of hard to see that tree right now.
Yeah, and it's really hard to see the top of it.
Yeah, but the
You can
thing
see
is,
the base, but that's
the thing
about
is, do I want to cut it down? We only have 1 million more trees.
maybe not a
I
million.
kind of like that tree.
I know, I kind of do too.
It's
Is it a plum tree?
No, that's not a plum tree. That's one of the black maple,
Oh,
or not black maple,
walnut.
black walnuts. There you go. All right, guys, without further ado, check the link in the description. Buy what you're going to buy. Help support us. It's been a great year, 2020, on the channel. Not so much anywhere else, but we have been just really overwhelmed with all the support and the positivity that we've gotten feedback from you guys. I would say the comments are like 900 positive to 1 negative. And that 1 negative, I know who you are. So we really appreciate you guys, the outpouring of support for us. And we know we're up against, you guys could be watching millions of other things and you choose to watch ours. So we're really flattered by that and we appreciate you. And we know that even though we do put a lot of time into this, if we didn't have you guys watching, it wouldn't matter. So, and it wouldn't do anybody any good. So we're hoping that what you're taking away from this channel, the hard work that we're putting into it is worth it. And it's a good equitable choice for you. And we appreciate you coming back. Stick around for the build, radio setup. And then also we're going to go ahead and show you those little fine-tuned things at the end. Thanks for watching. All right, YouTube, this is just a really quick follow-up clip to let you know that after we were done with the crash damage, I want to talk to you about what we found. As mentioned, we were missing this cover. We went out, we found it in about 10 seconds. We reviewed the footage. The camera crew realized that it was missing when we picked it up from the snow and walked it back up to the driveway. So we were able to go out and find that. We just hot glued that back on. That took 30 seconds to put back on. Then I re-glued right here on this, right here. I re-glued that. That fixed that. And then I put on the collar and I put a little bit of glue on the face of each of those so that it will resist popping off easily. And so obviously there was one other thing that came up when we brought it in. I was playing with this wire real briefly and it yanked out from the connector that's just inside here. And then we also forced hot glue, I just missed a string there, all the way down. We pulled the wings apart and we forced glue into this joint, and I had the camera crew push, and we pushed it together and that glued together. So that really helped a lot with the robustness of the wing. We found a couple of different spots where evidently the tree hit, right here and here, and so I just filled those with hot glue, no big deal. And just to keep the shape. And then you'll recall I ran into a tree on this wing. I was telling you that you can just use hot water and you can fix that right up. Well, this is what I did. I stuck it on a plane stand just because it was convenient, and I tipped it at an angle like so. This is just a real pain in the neck to film, so we're just going to show you what we did. And I hung it over our sink like this. And so basically what we did was we took a bowl, because our cups that would have been shorter were out of stock. They were in the dishwasher. So I ran hot water. So I'll just show you what we did. Ran hot water like this. And then I had a sponge at first, and then I later went to a rag, and I also had a towel. The towel's for safety. And we came in here, and we put it in our microwave, okay? And then I started it for 2 to 3 minutes, and you'll notice it starts bubbling. It's like almost like a slow boil. And then you just take this out, and you just dump it. It's very hot, so you want to use a towel. And what I'll do is I'll double up the towel, and I can grab it like this. And a lot of times the towel will drip in, it'll actually fall into the water, and you just dump it like this, and just dump it, and it goes all over the surface, and it'll run down into the sink. That's the best way you can do it. Then if any of it gets wet, I take that and I drape it over, and I hold it so that the hot spot is next to the foam. And then progressively, that broken seam will push out like this. And eventually it gets to where it's almost perfect. It never quite gets 100%, but it's very close. Then the second thing I did was I basically did the hot water, and then I would stick this in there and I would boil it for like 3 to 4 minutes, which is nice to sanitize that too. And then I would take and I would hold that with the towel to keep my hands from getting burned, and I would just hold it on that spot. That didn't seem to work very good in this application, so I switched over to just the wash rag that's in the sink, and I basically just stuck that in the water so that it was filled over the top of it, and I stuck that in and ran that for about 4 minutes on high in our microwave. Your microwave is going to be different than mine, I'm sure. Then I came out here and I was holding it and just dumped it right over the top, and that hot water runs. Then I quickly maneuvered this right on top of it like this, okay? And then I took this, which had already been wet, and I doubled it up, and I just held like this, and I applied pressure like a tourniquet, like you were trying to save the airplane's life. And then once that cooled to the point where I could tell it was cool, I'd pull this off, and the first thing I would do is just come in here, and wherever there was dimples, I would just work my fingers over it. And you can see down here, this one dimpled more. You can see those round shapes. What happens is those balls get excited and they puff back up. So when your balls puff up like that, that's when you know you did it. So the other thing is we had a little bit of dish soap on the sponge, so that actually helped quite a bit, because then as I would swipe, I wasn't taking off finish. Now, some finishes on these planes are more flat and some are more gloss. In this case, this one was just the right, perfect, it was right in the middle. And so it worked out really nice. But as you can see, if you compare this to the video,
it's a big difference.
This puffed out a lot, which is really nice. So now we have this really, really, really small indisparity here, which I would call that maybe maybe a 16th or a 32nd of an inch, maybe a millimeter or so. And then up here, we have a dent, but the dent is so minuscule. And to be honest with you, when this thing is going by at like 30 or 40 miles an hour, you're never gonna know any better. And then look from the face, just hardly any noticeable damage as I rotate. That's a pretty good solution. It's not perfect, but it's very good.
And it didn't bother the decals. Sometimes the decals,
if they're wet decals especially.
Yeah.
These decals kind of like puckered a little bit, but they're actually okay. And to be honest with you, as soon as this is dry, things will restore to normal. The cool thing is, as this dries, this stuff will basically be as good or better than it is right now, okay? Because that foam will actually relax a little bit even more still. So if you do nothing, you'll have a big old dent. You can also fill it in with, people will use lightweight spackle and then they'll repaint. I don't have enough time to repaint this stuff, so this is the way I do it, and it's worked really well for me most of the time. I mean, I've had planes that were in 10 pieces, and I've put them back together where you got foam that's splayed out like this, and you can relax that stuff and pull it back into shape, and then this to shape, and the next thing you know, you can kind of feed the nose on. You can do wonders with this foam. It's amazing. That being said, we also are going to have a stronger, more robust plane because of the seam on the bottom. So that being said, if you guys haven't already seen the entire build, you may want to watch it on this one. There were some things that we missed. Obviously, this Canopy glue, I did not use that to re-secure the lens over the green side. The reason I didn't is because there was already a bunch of glue and it's kind of looked crappy. And I said, if I peel that off, I'm going to lose all the paint finish and I'll have to try to blend it. So I said, I'll just go ahead and use hot glue for this one. And the hot glue worked perfectly fine. So that being said, amazingly lucky, very good plane. I'm excited to fly it again. I definitely would recommend this one. It is a bit of a project plane, but sometimes project planes make better sense than others. And I would say this one in particular is really nice. The other thing I want to do to this when I have some time is I want to take and make an air brake that deploys right here, okay? And it's just going to be more or less glued on here that's square shaped. And when these retract, they're going to be collapsed and there'll be no drag. As soon as they come out, it's going to act like a flap, which will be super nice. And I can do it with clear plastic. It'll be very effective. This one too, in the same way, I might actually do just a bigger piece of plastic that's triangular in shape here. And so when this deploys, we're going to get a lot more drag. The drag will make this plane slow down a little bit better, but I'm mostly concerned with, I want to get them in the back and I want to have them as tall as I can handle inside of this opening. And I want them to be clear. We did that on the F-16 as well. And we were served well by that. So real happy with the outcome on this. Definitely check the links in the description. Not sure if this is going to fall at the very end of the video or if this is going to fall right after the Maiden. But one way or another, if this falls before the build's coming up. Stick around and watch it. If this falls at the very end of the video, we appreciate you guys, your patronage. Definitely check for the links in the description. Buy one. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications so you can stay tuned for all the new footage that's coming out, which, by the way, we have some new stuff coming really soon, and it's big. Thanks for watching. YouTube, it's Brian Phillips again, and we are gluttons for punishment. This thing is gonna be exciting.
Is that what we're going with?
Let's show them outside quick so they understand why we picked this project for today.
Oh, you can't tell though.
Yeah, I know it doesn't show up because the snow is so fine. We are having a full-on blizzard today, which is always exciting. And I get to go clear the snow, which I'm excited about later. Hopefully that excitement lasts into perpetuity, but I kind of doubt it will.
I don't think so.
So this is the Messerschmitt ME 262. And you'll know that from obviously having seen the flight. We're sort of excited that this plane has the prospect of not being horrible to assemble, and yet we know better. So we're kind of cringing at the thought of putting it together at this exact juncture. We really don't like putting together the Dynam planes, but we do it because we know a lot of you guys like to see how the process went. Okay, this box is gonna need to be cut on both sides.
Okay.
No, I don't need help on that one, camera crew.
Right.
I'm just gonna cut it on this end as well, and then I can push it through. We kind of try to give you guys a real no BS look at how these things go together. And some of these builds are kind of punishing because the instructions are poor, and then sometimes they're punishing just because you work really hard and then, you know, things don't always fit together well. And I'm hoping that this one will be the exception to the rule. I'm actually quite excited about this plane. I think it's sweet looking. So I'm really excited to see it. Twin EDFs. Look at that thing. That looks gorgeous. That is a beautiful angle. That is a beautiful angle. This is not a beautiful angle.
That is an odd looking plane.
Well, yeah. Some planes are odd looking. Okay, so without further ado, we'll go ahead and pull this up. All the packaging on the Dynam, you'll notice, look to be a ready to fly because they have the pictures of the ready to fly stuff. That does not mean that they are ready to fly. So just be aware of that. Obviously, if you're gonna buy this plane, please do us a favor and buy it from the link in the description below. We will be greatly appreciative of your efforts in that way. You help to support us. And obviously, we've got boxes inside of this. Okay, so we have a box here. The Dynams are packaged in boxes and not necessarily in foam. If you're into that sort of thing, great. I just as soon have them in foam. Okay, so it looks like the vertical stabilizer and rudder. Typical Dynam pinch hinge. Come on, guys. Come on, man. We're just gonna open these out as we go. Thick, heavy-duty plastic keeps the parts from dinging each other up, and they always have a really nice paint finish on them. I really like the paint finish. The camo is cool. We picked this color. There's also the olive drab and like the more green color. Or wait, this is the more green color. That's right. There's two different liveries, and this is the more camo-esque. And then this one's the other style, I believe. So I don't know. We'll just see whichever one this one is. I can't remember what we picked. And yes, you can get both. I try to send links so that you can pick whatever style you want and still help support us. But there's just so many of them. It's like a whole matrix of choices. You have the different colors, and then you have the different finish levels. So Smart Ready to Fly, which is gonna come with everything. kind of weird. Big landing gear foam, not super soft. Backer for the landing gear, that's good. This thing feels light. It's definitely got some reinforcement in it. Looks like a fiberglass spar there. You can tell because they have these slits like this. The opaque finish, see, this wing is strong though. It's not like you're gonna not be able to break it if you wanted to, but I like that. I'm not seeing flaps on there though, which is kind of weird.
It does have LEDs.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it's not a red flashing LED.
Hopefully not.
Like demon spawn coming out of the wings. We'll see though. I've been disappointed in the past. Okay, so then this had a cardboard separator in it. And then there's, glad I pulled that out because there's a wing joiner in here, which is pretty cool. So we've got that, that should be, oh, there's another one. I wonder if they meant to give us two this time. Yes, there's two holes here. Look, 1 and 2, that's good. That's pretty sweet. I'd always like to see more strength. Oh my goodness, there's just more stuff keeps coming out. There's a horizontal stabilizers. What's in the rest of the boxes?
No kidding.
Okay, so there you have that. And then that one's empty, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and pull these out so you can get a closer look. When we started doing this channel years ago, I used to think, what is the point of an unboxing? But I guess people like watching unboxings or boxings. That pinch hinge is thicker than the rudder, okay? Feels good. That's actually strong enough. I feel like that's sturdy enough. See, you got to kind of break it to get it to go. But then their rudder, it's probably okay. Really, I'd like to see some sort of a reinforcement in that for being a relatively big control surface.
It's an interesting color scheme.
Yeah.
With the like light blue.
It's scale.
But it should be easy to differentiate.
Yeah, from the top to the bottom.
Yeah.
The only issue is if you have a light blue sky,
yeah,
then this thing's gonna disappear above you. But the thing is, when you get an olive drab finish, like we just reviewed the P39 and that's released so we can talk about it. But the P39 has this color scheme and it disappears. When I drop down behind the tree line, even in this winter, you know, landscape, it disappears when you get up against the trees, which is not a good thing. And then the LEDs, they do point that way. And just keeping in mind, guys, LEDs are super directional. So if that light is right there, you're gonna see it right there, and then you're barely gonna see it up here. Okay, so we'll look at that when the plane is put together and see how it looks. I like the wingspan though. This is a nice size class.
1500.
Is that what it is? We're gonna have to glue it together, see? Look.
Yep.
That's always a bummer. It's probably not a big deal because there's 2 spars in there. And then those landing gear doors look like they're gonna be horrible for catching wind.
Yeah.
Because look at that,
they're already kind of
cattywampus. I wonder why that is. Oh, I can probably just twist it a little bit. I mean, I do like retracts. They're gorgeous, but this one is kind of twisted funny. I don't know why that is. We'll have to take a look at that when the gear come down. But that's just one of the things you get with Dynam is you're gonna have a little bit of a project when you get these planes. And to be honest with you, you know, I gripe about how much work they are, but they're still so much less work than they used to be. So for practical purposes, they're still a relatively easy plane to put together. It's just some of the steps are a little bit challenging. So hopefully these videos help you. Okay, we got some decals here. That's good, we'll be using those. That's always nice. Looks cool.
Had pretty good luck with the Dynam.
Yeah, the decals have been really good. Sometimes they don't give good instructions on where to put the decals. And then other times, like this is nice because the color is cut right in there, okay? So there's no white overlap. And if you get, or white or clear, you'll be able to see that up against this matte finish. So you may want to trim your decals if you're going for a really scale look. One of the things I really like about Dynam is they include the full specifications for the ESCs and thus the programming instructions, which is really, really nice. Right here, programming the ESC with the transmitter. Okay, so you don't have to undo them and program them with an ESC programming card, which is another way of doing it. You just basically plug it in, you have preset buttons and things you press. Okay, So there's your center of gravity markings. That is one thing Dynam always seems to send. Where it's lacking is in these instructions, because it looks like it's pretty straightforward, but then you get to doing it and you're like, wait, hold on, how do I do this weird thing? So, and it seems like some of the models that they do are kind of like unique shapes and sizes like this. So you have some weird situations where you have like an engine nacelle. Of course, as you know, I do all sorts of planes, and engine nacelles on airliners are common, but you don't have a lot of engine nacelles on wings of aircraft in radio controlled world. It's just not super common.
It's all the little like sub.
Yeah, the small assemblies.
The little things.
Oh,
right there.
look at that. My wife is immediately
Favorite
happy.
bag.
Skylord. 60 amp with a UBEC, which uninterruptible battery eliminator circuit. So 2 through 6 S LiPo, and it's got a 5 amp at 5 volt. That's a pretty good amount of power for the BEC. That's great. And then look at this. They've got an it's an EC5 connection, so that'll work with our IC5 batteries. So I'm assuming this runs on 6S. Let's see. Does it say here?
No, it'll say.
That's pretty awesome if it does. 14.8 volts. Oh, 4S.
Yeah.
Really? This is a pretty big plane for 4S. 4,000 4S for this plane seems small, in my opinion. But that's sweet because those ESCs are rated up to 6.
At least they're using the same ESCs, so we're getting used to them.
Yeah, we're getting used to a lot of these things.
Just the installation of them.
Oh, look at this pair, guys. Wow. Ooh. That is pretty cool, actually. I may have had a mishap that would give me a nice power upgrade on this plane that we won't talk about.
I was gonna say.
I'm just gonna cut my sack open here and pull these engine nacelles out. Speak of the devil. That is cool, actually. But only 5-bladed. That's kind of a bummer. That'd be sweet if they had a 12-bladed fan on there. That's cool. I hope they sound good. Accessible, got 2 screws here. That is definitely a victory in my opinion, because many times they are not accessible, and that is really frustrating because you have one little minor issue or you have to balance a fan or something like this. Then you're stuck tearing things apart. Kind of the same thing there. That is one heck of a thrust tube. You don't normally get that on these radio controlled airplanes. Okay, so this is gonna suck, I can already tell. But I don't know, maybe it's not gonna be as bad as that one. Which one did we do that was so horrible? It was a C-47, right? Yeah, it was a C-47.
Yeah, that was a.
That one was the one where we had a really hard time with, getting the landing gear and stuff like that lined up. Okay, so obviously one of these is gonna go to the left motor, one's gonna go to the right. And then of course this is gonna go up to the throttle channel on the receiver, which looks like it comes with spare fan blades. That's nice. This one comes with 3 tubes of glue, a screwdriver, a bunch of screws, some extra clevises, and then a canopy. The canopy incidentally does come with CA, and I wonder if we should just use the correct stuff, the formula, whatever it is, because we're obviously not going to be flying it today.
Right.
And that was part of our problem last time, is we tried to use the CA. The CA actually worked. See, this canopy is really nicely trimmed. It looks good, but trying to use CA to glue that thing down, it's just not very easy. Instrument cluster, cool.
Oh, nice.
I like the pilot actually. He's got a little soot on his face, but worse things have happened. I like that. That's great. Nice looking pilot.
Good size.
I hope the scale is right though.
He seems a little big.
He might have a little elephantitis of the head. We've had that problem before. Do you remember the Free Wing A10?
Yeah.
That guy's head was like 5 times bigger than it should have been.
But the last guys were whole pilots, and then their feet kind of ended up being.
They look
the
like
way.
Oompa Loompas. That's what somebody said in the comments,
Yeah.
and that's what I was trying to think of when we were doing that video, and I couldn't for the life of me. Okay, so we got the 2 fan blades for the spares.
That's
Looks
nice.
like they're decent quality. Some of these are the things that are hard to get, guys. And when I say hard to get, I mean, they are not counter-rotating, but that's fine on an EDF. It's not a big deal. There's not as much mass as a prop. If you're looking for a plane that you want to be able to get parts for, the thing that's real nice is that we've got a good distributor that's selling the Dynam stuff on a consistent basis. If you crash your plane and you need to get a part, you can generally get a hold of them. That has not always been the case. So it's definitely a win from my perspective. Okay, so we're down to one more box, which must be the fuselage. So of course we'll collapse things after we get off camera here in a minute. This box is not even, it's a three-sided box.
Oh.
So, let's pull this down here real quick. Get that out of the way. Okay, looks nice. And they do seal these, so it's not like the stuff will just slip out in packaging, you know, in transit rather. Which we had a plane that was delivered the other day, and it was so windy outside that the plane blew like 1,000 feet across the yard and almost ended up in one of our ravines.
In the creek.
No damage.
Nope.
We were really, really lucky.
Yep.
And I was really upset.
We were lucky that one of the kids looked out the window because we didn't even know
Yeah.
it was here.
We were lucky. So we haven't had any damage on any of the Dynams from
Nope.
shipping, which is good. Looks really nice. It's light, which is good. Typically, there's not much going on in the fuse, so it's really gonna generally be kind of light, but you do have a nose retract on this plane. That's good. When this retracts, the gear door will come out and act as a bit of an air brake too, which is good. You're also gonna have a shift in CG on this plane when the nose gear comes out, because that's gonna pull forward a little bit. Not a huge difference, but a little bit. Okay, so let's pull up the canopy real quick and just take a gander inside. Oh look, this one is a plug and fly. Or excuse me, a bind and fly. So that's good. Big servos, guys.
That's good.
Good. I was nervous about that. That last plane we did, that BF 110 that we did for Dynam, really, really disappointed in those two servos. So having bigger servos will make up for a lot of malfeasance. And by the way, this is where I can tell that's free. That one feels free, and that one feels free. That's always good. Very important.
Is the battery off center like that?
You know, I'm not sure why that's there. Oh, that must have come off. Maybe it's optional. Because look, this is
Velcro spot there.
evident. I'm not sure why that's off of there though. Is that supposed to be holding something? Because it's weird, because this is where the Velcro is, but then this thing is just like literally popped off without even thinking about it. Not sure what that is, because see, it's cut. Almost like it's optional.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. I suppose that's one option. You could do that. You could glue that down maybe here. I don't know. I'm not sure where that actually came off of is a problem.
Yeah, I know.
So now the other thing too is I'm intrigued to know if this thing will fly on 6S. Because if it'll handle 6S, that would be pretty sweet. Now, if it flies good on 4S, then all the better, you know. 6S is probably not going to be necessary in that event. I'm excited to see this one fly though. This is the one that I was the most favorite about in this batch. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we'll clean up all the boxes and then we'll get ready to start the assembly process and come right back. Okay, so we're gonna start this build with the canopy just because I wanna get that out of the way and let that set. Last time I tried to use the provided CA and it just worked really bad. You may have better luck just using the regular glue that they send, the China glue, but this is actually what I would use. It's called Formula 560. This is a Pacer product. And you see how it's like milky and stuff? I actually have a crack in my lid. And this is when I opened it. 10/13 of 2017. So it's been that long. I'm just getting a paper towel. I use it that infrequently because I just don't have to usually mount my own canopies. That being said, it works really good. And it stays rubbery and clear forever, but it goes on milky so you can tell where it is. So in order to get this done, we have to mount the pilot. Pay special attention to know what direction forward is because like it's kind of ambiguous once you pull it off the fuse. I mean, obviously when it's on the fuse, it's obvious. But I marked a little arrow. And then I just found a green marker and just had to mark a little bit because I had 2 little scuts. So that being said, I want to put this instrument cluster in here because obviously that needs to be underneath the canopy. And I'm not 100% certain if that's supposed to be up here or if that's supposed to be down there. I'm not sure where that's actually supposed to be. And technically, it wouldn't be up here. But I want to get that centered. So I'm going to actually use the screwdriver, the provided screwdriver, to stick that onto the middle of the screwdriver like this. And then I can really get that sucker centered in there. I'd really like to have a more robust decal that goes up and around the edge. But this is plenty good. That's going to look really cool. Those little details actually make a big difference in my opinion. Okay, so we've got that applied. Hopefully I did that right. This guy is just a hair too wide to fit in there. You could probably microwave him and he would get softer. But the thing is, what I'm thinking about doing is just kind of rotating it. I have leftover glue. This is what came with it. We added this. This is what came with the last model, and this is some CA that came with this plane. So I don't want to be deceptive in any way, but I'm just showing you what I'm using. This stuff doesn't last. Once you open it, it dries out. So you want to use it up first if you got an old tube. So I'm actually going to apply that down here. This is a contact adhesive or contact cement. I'm going to apply it. It looks like those 2 little textured spots are probably the best place to put it. See, this guy's got that hole in the middle, so you don't want to put a ton on the middle. And I have to twist him in. So I'm going to actually goop this stuff out. And yes, this stuff does kind of make it hard to work once you get it on your fingers. So I would highly recommend that you have something to wipe your fingertips off when you're working with it. And then I like to use Q-tips. Okay. So I'm just going to wipe and spread that a little bit. I said I don't want to go in the middle, but I'm going to go in the middle a little bit. And I don't want that to be seen necessarily. See, this has kind of a low point in the center here, so I'm going to make sure I get plenty of glue on there. And when I say plenty, I mean that's really actually not probably enough. You can use hot glue on these models too. I just don't particularly care for hot glue because it's so heavy. I mean, this plane is going to be a relatively heavy plane by the time it's all said and done, so you can go ahead and add it. It's not going to hurt anything. So I'm going to lay this down and I'm going to twist it, okay? And that's going to basically hold it anyway. So once I get him straight, okay, I had a string I caught, which is good. See, and once he's twisted, his shoulders kind of lock him in anyway. That looks pretty good. I like the way that looks. It's a pretty good looking pilot, actually. I think the scale is about right. Let's show the people at home. I mean, you may want to trim a little bit of his body off, but that looks probably close. I didn't know if I wanted him to be sitting in the back so his face was going forward, or if I wanted him sitting up on the little hump. Honestly, I didn't know which way would be more scale looking, but that seems about right. I mean, honestly, he could be back here too. So you may decide you want to put him back here, but then his head is going to be so low, there's no way he could see out of the plane. So now, in order to glue these canopies, if you've ever had to trim your own canopy, you get special canopy scissors. Don't try to use scissors like this. You're going to have a really hard time because they'll want to split on you. You get scissors that have like a turn on the end, and then you can make nice curves. And it's really, I mean, you can cut a little teeny bit off, but don't try to trim a whole canopy. You'll have trouble with it.
And you have enough clearance and stuff before you glue?
Yeah, I'll show you guys real quick. I already kind of dry fit this while I was off camera here, while we were getting stuff cleaned up.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad.
So you see, that's the way that goes, and it's real simple, but here's the catch, and this is a big catch. You don't want to tape this down because you're going to for sure pull this paint off. But since you have an unpainted surface here, there's a little trick you can do, and this is actually what I'm going to do. You wouldn't absolutely have to do this, but it does make it a lot easier if you can do this. If you have masking tape, that works really nice. But what I'm going to basically do is I'm going to take some packing tape because that's what I have readily available. I'm going to hold this down once I get it done, okay? But in order to hold it down, I want to make sure that I have something to prevent the stick from having the tape stick here, okay? So I'm going to use a little bit of this paper towel. So I'll just scissor that off, and you could use whatever materials line, you could use cardboard, whatever. As you can see, I use the cardboard from the box to give myself a little workstation so I don't have to worry about the glue getting on stuff. Okay, so this is just gonna stop things from sticking. So I'll just basically do that, and then when I tape, I'll just kind of wrap it around the bottom, and then by the time we're done to the point where we need to manipulate this, I can just peel the tape right off. It'll be no problem. And if you don't want the tape to stick up here, then you can do another piece up here. And to be honest, that might not be a bad idea because that packing tape will want to hang on and leave residue. So we'll have that ready to rock. So I got 3 pieces ready. And the key to getting a good canopy install is preparation H. So we're just going to go around. And you see how it's just really milky. It's very easy to apply. It's runny stuff though. It's like, how could that ever work? That's what you're thinking. And I'm thinking the same thing. Every time I've used this stuff, I thought the same thing. Sorry, I cannot move for you, camera crew, on this one. And I think what I did last time is I kind of let it set up. The last time I used this stuff was when I built my ASW 26. And I was really trying to go all in on that plane, trying to really get a nice finish. It's probably a little bit sparse on the glue right here. But you'll notice I'm gluing up above where I want it to be, because that's going to push down a little bit, okay? This stuff does work really nice, and it's super cheap. It's like $5 for this giant bottle. You'll probably use it like once a lifetime. It smells weird. I was gonna smell it. Makes, oh, I mean, that's just what you do. I think they put special pheromones in the glue. Okay, so we've got a nice, simple line, nothing fantastic. Now, if you really want to get super serious, I think you're supposed to let it dry a little teeny bit. It's a mild irritant, so don't stick this in your eyes. Apply bead to one surface and tape parts together. Drying time for handling is 3 hours. So we should have about double that by the time we're done with this.
We should be great.
We should be totally fine. And we were looking at a Dynam spec sheet the other day. Was it a Dynam spec sheet that said something like assembly time 1 hour?
Yeah, something like that.
I was like, yeah, multiply that by 5.
6.
So that being said, that's that. It's actually pretty straightforward. The other thing is make sure you get all your debris and schmutz out of the inside if you're really wanting to have a perfect finish. I just want to make sure there's no like cat hairs or human hairs.
Good luck.
Or China hairs. There's nothing I love more than getting a model and there's a bunch of black curly hairs on it. It's gross. And yes, the last one I opened did have some black curlies on it. It was like special order from China. Okay, you'll notice I dropped it and it gooped right down into it, okay? Don't freak out. Just do it. You'll be fine, I promise. Maybe. It might look horrible, but you'll survive, maybe. Okay, you see? That's all I'm gonna do right there, real simple. Then I'm gonna do like what we talked about earlier. I'm gonna just lay this down on top. And then I'm gonna take my tape and I'm gonna tape it. It's gonna wanna pull this off. Watch me. Boom. Okay, now I'm gonna stick this to the cardboard because that'll be the easiest place to stick it. Get a good bond on there. Then I can place this. Okay, and again, I don't really care if it hits the canopy much. Okay. And then I can just stuff that down there, get my other hand free. And it's really not a hard process. But this is going to give you the ability to really pull that thing tight and really get the pressure that you want applied where you want it applied. Okay, see I missed that little corner there, so I'll just fold that up, okay? Real simple, nothing fancy, just enough to hold it down, okay? Then this little bit, now that we've got this all where we want it, we can just go ahead and clean that little bit off. And that stuff, believe it or not, works so good. And it's so weird because it feels like you're putting Elmer's glue on your canopy, and it's like, that ain't gonna work. Just believe me, it'll work great. It'll work 100 times better than that crap we used last time. And that took, you know, a couple minutes of prep time. Goodness gracious. Show the people outside.
I know, you can't see. They have to know that there's trees. You can see those trees, but then you can't see anything
else
beyond that.
That's really cool.
There's our windsock down there. You can still see it.
Yep. Show them the sidewalk. You guys have seen the taxiway.
No, there is a sidewalk right
There's
past that
right
plant.
there.
We're supposed to get what, 6 to 12 today?
6 to 12 is what they're telling us.
So who
But
knows?
usually when they're saying, usually in the feet measurement, that's a bad sign.
We'll get between 2 and 22.
Between 2 and 22, sounds about right. Okay, so we'll put that out of the way. We should be done with that now. Now we'll just kind of get back to where we need to be.
I have a question.
Yes.
If you didn't have that canopy glue and you used the little tube of clear glue that came with it, you could still do that whole tape process to like hold it down once you're done and all that, right?
Yeah, and it'll work fine. It's just that this is more of a contact adhesive. And so the contact adhesive, it dries back differently, and some of them harden differently, so I'm not sure how it's gonna hold up. That being said, that stuff, that little bead that we put down will turn totally clear, and it will be super tacky, and so it will not let go, and it's really good stuff. So that being said, that's what I would do. I would get that glue if you can. And if you can't get it, if you try using hot glue, you're gonna get a really bumpy seam. If you try using the CA, I feel like you're gonna get a bad result, period. Sorry to break it to you.
Okay.
I felt like the result was really bad on that BF 110, right? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
In fact, there was a lot of things on that BF 110 that just did not work out well. It's a beautiful plane, and actually all the Dynams have been gorgeous. The PT-17 flew great. The Grand Cruiser, is that what it is? Mm-hmm. That thing was interesting. I wanted it for so many years, I'd built it up. So, all right, so what's our next step?
I
We
think,
need to glue the halves together?
no, I think you're supposed to actually glue the nacelles on. If we're going by directions.
The
and
really,
then put
really
in the
good,
ESCs.
clear instructions?
Yes.
Okay, well, if they're saying we have to glue those on, there's probably a reason.
Maybe.
I'm just trying to figure out where the wires are going, because I have to feed the, oh, is this attached?
Does that come off?
Yeah, it's attached. Okay, so let's just think about this for a minute. If I glue the wing halves together, do I gain anything or lose anything in terms of feeding wires? Because how am I gonna feed wires one half at a time? Then I've got all this crap flopping around.
Well, where do the wires, if you glue this thing on, where do the wires go?
That's what I was just looking at. These go here, okay? So I just don't, I mean, yeah, that's all hunky-dory, but there's always the second side. See, these things are all attached together, okay? So that's not too bad to get through, but I just don't see any advantage at all to having them separate right now. Well, maybe that was pretty easy. I don't know. You wouldn't be able to flip the wing quite as easy, but then they're gonna be attached, which means you're gonna have this thing flopping around.
How does that thing sit on that thing?
The nacelle
Yeah.
on the wing, this is gonna sit like this, okay? So if you glued that first,
And how do you plug it in?
that's exactly right. You have to have the wires through first, no matter what you do. So if the wing halves are joined together, then you can feed your wires through, because you have to have somewhere to receive this package because it's together, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm getting at, is you have no way to, you know, manipulate this stuff, because it's gonna be flopping all over the place, and then your wings, you're gonna have to join them together. I say, I'm gonna be smart this time and ignore the instructions, because
Okay.
they sucked last time, so we're just gonna do it our way, which is the right way.
I agree with you on
Okay.
this one.
So Dynam, forget
Sorry.
it. Forget it. We're doing it the right way. The right way is the easiest way that still gets the job done correctly.
And if we're wrong, you'll find out.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the next step, of course, is gonna be, we have to put these joiner rods in. Are we supposed to glue these, did they say? I wanna see if how far they go in, because they're the same length.
It just says insert fiberglass tubes into left and right wings and connect wings together.
It does not feel like you're gonna need anything to glue them because they were like tough to push in. See, watch. Watch how hard I push. Watch how hard I push.
From New Jersey now?
Oh.
Yeah?
That's pretty good. I'm actually a lot more happy with the way that those fit together now that I put those in there, because there's 2 wing joiners, which is good. 2 wing spars. It feels pretty strong. I don't feel like we're losing anything. Now, on something like that, we could actually probably use some contact adhesive, and that would give us a little bit extra bite. Is it gonna come out? I doubt it. You're kind of rolling your eyes at me, I know. You're like, why are we gonna put glue on it, Brian, if we don't need glue?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's called overkill for a reason.
Your middle name.
It is?
No.
Oh, okay. So, you see this? Oh, get in there. Get in there.
Goodness.
Oh, wow. Ooh.
I don't think you need glue.
Well, it's just hard to get them started. Once they're started, then it should slip right in. Yeah, it should slip right in, no problem at all. Super easy. Oh,
Sheesh.
man, it's almost like,
But
do we have to glue it?
that's way easier than whatever that was
That's
like
100
flopping
times
around
better.
the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
Just keep going.
probably a good idea. I'm gonna pull these wings apart. I guess, so they're suggesting we glue that?
It says connect. It doesn't say glue.
It doesn't?
It says connect the wings together, but how else would you connect them? Really? Just by...
With pressure? I mean, there's 4 screws, look. 4 screws.
Well, that's true.
I mean, if you ever have to get an ESC off, you're gonna have to break the glue here and then in the middle.
Maybe not. It doesn't say glue.
Okay. Camera crew, I'm holding you personally responsible
Great.
when this doesn't work. All right. I'm going with your solution on this one.
Okay. It's a team effort here.
It's a team effort.
Since when?
So that's like 1/4 ass. We used 1/2 of one of our asses. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. All right, so here we go. Let's slide this in here. All right. So these are gonna need to be pulled down from the wing though. I don't know, that's already, I'm sort of about ready to jinx us.
Where?
Do you wanna stop me?
Shh, don't even say it.
I was just gonna say how, yeah, how,
Do the ESCs actually come all the way up through here? Over here?
that's actually a good point. Do they? Maybe that's what that blue thing was. To be honest, I'm not sure because obviously this thing is not going to have anywhere for the ESCs to sit. Oh, do they fit through? Let's check. That's a good question, camera crew.
See? Always looking out for you.
Yeah, but how the heck would you have ever, how would you have ever possibly fed those wires through otherwise?
You would have taken it apart and done what we're doing. I think.
Well, that's why you don't glue it. So you can take it apart
apart.
and start at step
Start
1
over.
again.
Start with step 6 and then go back to step 2.
Not looking so good. So I think you do kind of have to, okay, what came first, the freaking chicken or the egg, Dynam? Okay, look, give him a shot. Can you give him a shot from above? That will go through. That, I mean, but just, I'm talking it's, oh yeah, whoa, wowzers. That's, whew, that's tight. Wow, that's really tight.
My.
Okay, so yes, they will go through. So we know which one came first now, chicken or the egg, right?
Well, we still started on step 4.
Just saying. I didn't write the rules, I just broke them, okay?
Do not disassemble. It's forbidden.
Oh yeah, that's right. I remember reading that the other day right before we did it. It was awesome.
Disassembled is what you meant.
Okay, so, oh yeah, did it. Okay, here we go. Forbidden. It's the forbidden fruit of the RC world.
To disassemble here. controller.
To disassemble it in proper order. Okay, Dynam, if you're listening, which I know you're not, why in the heck do we bolt the wing on and yet a serviceable part such as an EDF, why do we not have a bolt-on nacelle? I was gonna throw that, but then I don't want to damage it. Seriously, it's so close. Like, you know, why not just have a plastic piece on top to receive the bolt and then we could take it off? You know, you could sell the whole engine nacelle as an assembly for those people that rip them off when grass landing. I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's ever happened to me, but I know it's, well, actually it has happened to me once or twice or a few times. The Airbus A320, Airbus A330, 600, the Airbus A380. I can't count how many times it happened on that.
Like most of them?
It has happened. Okay, so now that we have the wires through, this is where we're gonna probably have to do the thing.
Wait, I might have to
You
ask.
know, the thing.
I might have to ask another question.
What?
Because over here on the directions,
Oh crap, what if I have to
hold on.
switch the direction of these EDFs?
insert the ESC wires, connect, wait, this shows connecting the wires and brushless motors of the ESC in that nacelle thing under the cover where your hand is, where your thumb is. Does the ESC go in there?
Where? I don't think so. Come on, Dynam.
See?
Get your act together, Dynam. Oh, they're saying you can pull this whole thing out, but it's screwed, like mine are screwed in, okay?
Yes.
So yeah, that's true. You could technically get the EDF out, but I'm saying the whole nacelle, okay? This is the EDF, the electric ducted fan. This is the nacelle. The nacelle mounts here, okay? So what I'm saying is, yeah, once you have the wire through there, then you can switch the two wires. But I'm just gonna test it as soon as we get these things plugged in, color for color.
Okay.
We're gonna go color for color, and then we're gonna test it, because
Agreed.
I'm not finding out that they're wrong, because
Okay.
that'll be a pain in the, you know what.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going black to black, red to red, and blue to blue, and then we'll go over to the other side and we'll test it. And so, as you guys know, electronic speed controls are going to, you know, if you have one that's going the wrong direction, all you have to do is just switch any two of the leads, and it will reverse or rotate the direction of travel. Now, you do not want that slack in that cavity, okay?
Right.
Because as soon as you catch anything, it's gonna shoot into it and then break one of those wires free, like a piece of grass or a small bird or whatever, okay? So we wanna make sure this blows me.
Oh.
So we're gonna test it. As soon as we're done with this, we're gonna test it with our servo tester, signal tester thing. Ooh, that thing wanted to push away from me. This is where forceps would be handy. Why do I never have my forceps when I need them?
Just leave them up here like the rest of your tools in our house.
I need to get another set of forceps.
That's not the answer.
It is the answer. Okay, so again, we want the EDFs to blow toward me and not backward, okay? So the next step, I'm just gonna I just have to get to the wires. See that? I just don't know yet. I don't know if that's the right move, not gluing that or not. We can always go back and do it. We just won't have as much length because those wires aren't gonna allow us to separate it very far.
Right.
Okay, so servo tester, 4S pack. They called for a 4S 4000. What does it say there?
4S 4000. Yep.
So as per usual, I have to use adapters to get from the size I'm using to the size I need to be using. So I think, hold on, let me see. What do they have on there? Okay, so will this go? Nope, that's the wrong end. Let me try this. I have all sorts of adapters that I've made up over the years. This is just a few of them. This one's actually one that was from Horizon. Oh crap, that doesn't feel like it's gonna work. So I'm not sure if I have, oh, there we go. There we go. Is that going to work? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, solo mio. There it goes. Yay. Then this is going to go in there. Okay. Like this. Then that'll power that up. Then I need to power the controller because this is an electronic speed controller. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything special. It just needs to be a battery. So I don't think I need another 4S, but I don't want to find out I'm wrong and short out my 4S with a 3S. So I'm going to just go with a 4S and a 4S. Again,
really, you should just be powering.
Yeah, but I just don't want to find out I'm wrong.
Right.
Because what happens is then your pack catches on fire and everybody sits at their monitor and laughs. Okay, so here's the Y cable to the ESCs. Just take my word for it, it's upside down, obviously. So now I'm going to go in here to line this up. There's a minus sign. Okay, so the minus sign is there. So brown goes to the minus side. Okay, and that's going to split off to the left and the right side. Then I'm going to go into my servo tester. I'm going to turn it. You hear them? Listen. Now they're going to arm. Oh, they won't arm because I'm not actually powered. Please don't be reversed. Do me a favor, let's move this before it arms in case it blows everything off the table. Okay. This could be a little bit awkward because I only have so many hands.
Do I need to be over there?
Yeah, just in case. Maybe you can just hold that one just in case.
Okay.
So what I'm at the minimum, not the max, but it's acting like it's at the... It's probably gonna arm when I get to max. Okay. Just double checking. Whoops. There we go. Now it's armed. Oh, cool. Blowing, blowing. Okay, that's awesome.
So they're both right.
Now I'm only at... Okay, great. Notice how it's still running? That's not a good sign. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna de-energize the plane. I'm gonna de-energize the plane. Okay, and we'll have to calibrate those when we get done, okay? What does that mean? Okay. For the moment, it doesn't mean anything. Because when we plug the plane in, then we are gonna have to tell it what the top and the bottom of the throttle stroke is. So we'll get back to that. And incidentally, in case you guys are wondering, this is a 3200 4S and a 4000 4S. Obviously, this plane did not come as configured in the bind and fly configuration with the battery. That's exactly as expected. Okay, so we've got our adapter. I used an EC5 female connection, and then I went over to, in this case, an XT60, which would have actually been better served as an IC5, which would have been correct. Okay, not that it matters. You'll have to figure it out yourself on your plane. So now we can glue things.
Yeah.
Excuse me, folks. Okay, so these need to both glue, and I need these extension cables to be pulled back in to the wing and down. So now we're going to use the Chinese glue for this. Some people like to use epoxy for this. That's fine. If you want to use epoxy, that's just fine. And full disclosure, these are from my last Dynam, which was open like a week ago, so it's probably not a big deal. But they look to be the exact same product. Of course, they're unmarked. No safety labels or warnings at all.
Who needs that?
Yeah, who needs that, right? So I don't want to glue where it's all going to get exposed and be ugly. So I want to try to keep and maintain my glue to this spot if possible, and then this spot if possible. And then I'll probably do just a little bit here just to kind of, you know, get a little extra tack, because this is contact cement, meaning that you want to get it spread out so that it contacts a large area. Are you able to see very good there, camera crew?
Yep.
And then this stuff is going to be fairly thick in this area. And then I want to make sure to wrap the edges, because that seems to be where we get the most contact. I need to let this set up for a minute or two, but I don't want to let it go so long that I can't get them to push together. Okay, and that will happen. If you get it so that you can't get them to push together, just refresh the glue with a little bit more wet glue on top of the contact adhesive that has set up, okay? That's gonna get you to where you can slip it together again. Okay. It's kind of like licking an envelope again. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here. Do you want to give them a view of what I'm doing here? I'm just kind of doing like a zigzag pattern. I'm using a pretty liberal amount here. I mean, I'm not going light on it at all. And then same thing here, just back and forth. Okay. And then we're going to go around here. All right, very good.
So you're going to use like a whole tube pretty much on those.
Yeah, but I mean, they gave us 3, so
right.
I mean, that's probably well within reason. Okay, that's dripping, gross. Nothing like a big Chinese drip. Ooh. Sorry. Okay. This Chinese glue is like my favorite glue though for putting together foam. I've used a lot of different types of glue. Well, I haven't used a lot of different types of glue, but I've used glue in a lot of different applications. And I honestly, I don't have a big problem with this glue. The only time I have issue with it is when you have 2 mating surfaces that are really uneven, and then it just doesn't work real super fantastic. Okay. So it'll start to kind of set up on your Q-tip. So now, the best thing you can do for yourself on this is be a little bit patient, which I suck at. So, because what's going to happen is you want this to sit up for a minute or two, but you don't want to let it set up so much that you can't force this cog into that hole, okay? Okay, so we're going to try this first. So I'm just going to kind of lift the wing a little bit and just kind of slide this through. Oops, got a little bit on my finger. Now I'm going to slide that down and just kind of try to make this, I got to try to reach under and pull this down a little bit as we go. Yeah. Okay, so now that we're kind of started into the turn, I think we're going to be okay. I just want to make sure that thing doesn't fall off on me. Get the glue all over the place. Okay. All right, so because of the dihedral, I have to put my hand under here to push down. Oh man, that is gonna be exceptionally difficult to push down, like really hard.
Yeah.
Because like it's got a contour to it and it does not want to go that direction.
And you have to be careful to not like pull your wires out and stuff while you're
right. Exactly. All right, so we're just struggling to kind of line things up. And here we'll push down. Man, that's, oh, I'm caught on the edge over here. That's what I was fighting this time. There's like a lip back here. There we go. So now it's in there. And it's definitely in there. It's not questionable if it's in there. And it's strong, so you can push hard, but I got my hand under it. But this has that dihedral to it. So I wonder if I'd be better to just go to the edge of the counter here. That's probably what I need to do. Just put this on there. Camera crew, can you put a hand under that?
Yeah.
Okay, just hold that.
Yep.
I'm gonna see if I can, now let it go down. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Perfect. So I'm just trying to get it to stick. It feels like it's definitely in there. I mean, it's not a question that it's gonna stay. It's just more a question of like, how big of a seam do you wanna have?
Right.
And I don't want any seam. But I just don't know how you're gonna get it to, I think we're just gonna have to let it set up for a little bit and then push it more.
Kind of babysit it for a little while.
Which is not cool to have to do that, but what are you gonna do? Okay, so that being said, I'm beginning to understand why they didn't include flaps on this, although they have flaps right here that are in the panel lines. So I don't understand why they didn't do flaps still. Oh, whatever. Maybe the thing flies like a lumbering beast. I'm not sure what to think. Okay, so while this is assembled partially, we can get the Y cable together because it's going to be easier to do from this angle. Obviously, there's landing gear retracts there, and the retracts are already going to be wired up here. So we don't need any wires attached to the retracts, but we do need wires attached to the ailerons. Now, how do I know this is the aileron and not the retract? Because I'm guessing. So we're going to use the thicker cable here. And brown to brown, brown to brown. Okay, just like that. Then these ones are almost certainly going to be the retracts for us because they always use the crappiest, smallest wire on retracts. I do not understand why that is. Okay, so we'll pause. Okay, so I think just after having spent a couple of minutes just kind of pressing on these, this side has seated down nicely and it's pressed down really good. But then this side over here kind of wants to lift on me. Every time I let go, it just kind of pulls up. And that could just be a function of not having quite as much glue. I love the way this wing looks. It looks cool and it's actually not that heavy. So I feel like it's gonna be a good flying speed. I like planes that fly scale. This would be a fast flying plane in real life, but the thing is I still want it to fly slow because it's, you know, I want to see it. Okay, so I'm trying to push this down, or let me rephrase that. I want it to be able to fly slow. Not necessarily fly slow like it's slow and boring. I want it to be able to fly slow for that scale appearance. It just doesn't feel like it wants to stick down. I wonder if I'm gonna have to try to get some more glue in there. I can definitely lift this, but you see it's like,
Well,
see it?
yeah.
I just don't feel like I'm gonna get it to stick otherwise. So I guess it's time to get a little bit more down in there and hope we don't have a big mess on our hands.
I guess.
Yeah. But for the record, I can't move from this angle.
That's fine.
Okay, so this tube is spent from the aspect that I can't pull it out the angle I need it to come out. So I've got a little bit spread in there, but just barely any. I think what I need to do is just open another tube probably. What do you think, camera crew?
Yeah, at this point. If the other side is sticking down good, then I feel like this one is capable of it, so.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean the molding was the same. That's why, yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna lift the wing up this time and then try to rotate it so I can get this. I can't move, so if you wanna get a better angle, you'll have to kind of position yourself there, hon. Sorry. Okay, so that's just gonna run down in there. Show the people at home. See, just a little bit more. I got a big, thick blob of it. And then this back portion, I must just not have got very much glue in there. I think that's just what's going on there, is I just literally don't have hardly any glue back there. Now I can get in there and kind of spread that and just cover up the surface area as much as possible. We get a little bit on the top of the nacelle too. If you guys have problems with yours, there is one trick, and the trick is to put it on both surfaces, but that is, you just kind of got to be a little bit careful. If you get too much in the wrong spot, you're not getting it off and it will take the finish off. So that's my 2 cents. So I'm gonna let that set up for just a quick second. I'll try to put all the leads forward and we'll just let that sit for a minute. This Chinese glue is generally pretty good to work with, but if I would have used epoxy on this, then I feel like you'd have been pretty much up a creek because I wouldn't have been able to undo it. Okay. Okay, just push it back down now. See, it's just a disparity in the shape of the wing. Now I want to show you guys something. The model on the box has the round on the bottom. I'm trying to think if the real Messerschmitt 262 had a flat bottom on the engine nacelles. I can't remember because the body's flat. I can't remember. I still think this is a really pretty model. Yeah, but I don't know if we're gonna get that to collapse on. I just don't feel like that's gonna go.
Any more than it already
It's just,
is.
yeah, because it's trying to deflect the shape of the nacelle. So in that case, my recourse is this. I'm gonna put it down like this. I'm gonna get the controls and everything just kind of plopped over so that they're all agreeable in the direction they're spilling out. And then every 10 minutes or so, I'm gonna push it back down and then hope at one point it sticks. Because this side obviously stuck, but that side is giving us trouble and I don't really have a good explanation for it. I just need, at the end of the day, I just need it to stick good. Again, this is Dynam. This is why you use screws for this. Because then you would have a backer plate that'd be on the inside and you'd have one screw and two screws and you'd be done. And then you wouldn't even glue it. You would just screw it on.
Yeah.
So now the other thing is, I don't know if you guys heard it, but I heard it. When we tested these nacelles, those fans are really badly balanced.
Oh,
That's
really?
why they vibrate like crazy. Yeah. So that's definitely something we may end up having to look at, depending on if it blows up in flight.
Oh.
Because when they're that far out of balance, it's, you know, anybody's guess. Okay, all right, good. So that was fun. Now what's next? What does the instruction manual suggest?
I think we're past the point of the instruction manual.
I think we can go ahead and assemble the tail feathers while this kind of does its thing and sits here.
Oh,
Because
okay.
we're gonna have to press on it a few times,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Sure.
This thing is nice. You don't need a plane stand for it so far. We do have a plane stand, but we don't need it so far. Now this does screw on. It's got 2 screws here. Then the horizontal stabs, of course, they glue in. They go in.
also have the little spar, so we can't forget that.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we have a spar here. The spar goes through. I'm actually not sure. Would it be better to put this on first? Let's just go ahead and put it on first.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if we have to glue this at all because those screws are going to hold it in. Okay, so we'll just try it with screws first and see if we are satisfied.
Looks decent.
Yeah, there's quite a bit hanging back here. Right there. I just don't know if that's going to be an issue or not. I think I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on it.
And there's no wires that we have to run.
Nope.
It's just hooking
just
up
push
the
rods.
clevises when we're done.
Yep, that's pretty good stuff,
Yeah,
in my
that's good.
opinion. Okay, so then this goes in here, so I'll put a little bit of glue in there, except I'm going to apply it to a Q-tip from above. Okay, so we'll get a little bit of that going there. We'll just spread it part of the way, so we don't want that to goop everywhere. And then just a little bit in this little crevasse here. And you'll notice I don't make a big stink of taking paint off. You can do that if you want, but it's just I've not found it to be of great consequence. I think it just ends up melting together with the chemical reaction of the glue. So that's been my experience, at least. If you guys had bad experiences, then I apologize. I'm not acting on your experiences in this case. Okay, so we'll just spread that on all of the surfaces. And then up here, we'll do a little teeny bit more. We've got the glue, we might as well try to use it. Just kind of make sure we have a good finished product. I'm gonna need more to actually be effective. The thickness of the glue helps make up for the indisparity of the pieces. Okay. That's why hot glue is nice. You know, if you're gonna use hot glue, that's one of the reasons that you would do that, okay? So now, since this is a contact adhesive, if you really want that to set up nicely, the best way to do it would be to basically put glue on the mating surface as well, okay? So wherever I applied glue, then you wanna apply the glue to the other side as well, okay? But I'm gonna go just probably a little bit more sparing here, just because we don't need a ton on both sides. Okay, so then when these two touch each other, then they'll stick, like licking an envelope. Okay, and the more you do, basically the easier it's gonna stick. And if you really want it to stick nicely, you gotta let it set up a little while. And even when you do, you may not get a great fit, because that is all dependent on the two surfaces actually meshing together. So in this case, we got screws in there. So if we were being honest with ourselves, we would wait a minute. Then we can assemble the horizontal stabilizer. There's an obvious up and an obvious down because of the color. So that makes that super easy. I don't know if we're gonna glue this or not. Boy, that felt like, okay, there we go. Man, that is like really hard to get in and out. Let's glue it. Okay, so I'm gonna rotate this as I go. Okay, so that's in there. So then this is gonna obviously be our right side for us. So I'm gonna put the majority of the glue up in this little area here, and then just a little bit down the length and forward and backward. So again, just like the last surface that we worked on, we spread the glue, and then we have to wait for it to work a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna get pretty heavy on this because this is kind of an important thing, you know, horizontal stabilizer and all. And then we're gonna let that set up for a minute. And while that's setting up for a minute, we're gonna come in here and spread on this side. All right, and we'll spread that around, get good contact area, cover up the whole surface, just like that. Okay. All right, so then we can let that set and cook for a minute. And while that's cooking, we're gonna go ahead and apply, we're gonna apply glue to this thing because we know where we need it. Gosh, it just keeps coming out. Okay, so here and here. And then we're gonna neglect to coat that with glue first. We'll come back to that in a little bit. Okay, so we're just gonna cover that whole surface there. And then we'll just get it started a little bit down the way. Okay, and then we'll set this aside for a minute. We do have to put control horns on here, so we could actually do that at any point. That would be probably wise to put the control surfaces on, the control horns on now, but I guess we'll wait since we've already got glue applied. So now at this point, I'll apply glue to the other side, and then we'll go ahead and put those surfaces together. Heaviest glue in that little spot there, in there. Okay, so remember, if you let this cook a little bit too long, just refresh it with some fresh glue, and that'll really help a lot. You notice I'm going pretty heavy on this, and I'm trying to get a nice even coat. See, that's a lot, and that's a lot, okay? Okay, so we're gonna put this in now. Okay, and then we have to get screws, presumably the gigantic ones.
I have no idea. I mean, it says, but we'd have to measure them.
Oh, really? That's right. There's longer and shorter ones. Well, there's 2 shorter ones and 4 longer ones. I'm pretty sure, oh shoot, but there's 2 sets of them. Why do you do this, Dynam?
Well, you probably have twice what you need, so.
Yeah, no, I do. But I'm saying, okay, so that makes sense. That means, given your scenario, then we would need these short ones back
Probably.
here.
Because there's 2.
Yeah, since there's only 2. I can't tell if it's going or not yet. I think it's going. I think it made it. Seemed to be going.
Good.
It's always hard to tell because it doesn't bite until the very end. Is it going?
I don't know.
It's kind of hard to tell. It seems like I turned it a lot for not, without any sort of purchase. We'll try another short one. Come on, you can do it. There we go. Oh, see, that one for sure is buying. That's got purchase. Okay, there it's tightening. It's torquing it down. Show them from the side. It'll probably start squishing. Okay. I didn't see any squish. That's pretty good. Sometimes if you catch a lip when you drop these down there, they'll catch on a lip and they won't actually start screwing in. But I just don't feel like that's going anywhere. So let's flip it out. Definitely not started. That doesn't mean it's the wrong size, but being that we have redundancy, let's try. Ooh, that could go all the way through. Let's try it. See, that one caught the lip too.
Do you want me to look and see? I think they were both supposed to be the same size.
Okay. Yeah, let's check the instructions. I may have to actually put the wing together first, camera crew.
This says PM 3 by 25 millimeter.
Both of them?
Yes. Screws.
Okay. Hey, we got to glue this. We got to do this before we continue because that glue is going to be too set up pretty quick. Okay, so that contact adhesive is getting real tacky, so I want to get this done first. We'll come back to that here in a minute. So as you can see, that's nice and tacky. So once you get that, oh geez, look at the way that lined up. See that on the tail? That's really bad. You see? There you go. You got to actually line that up yourself. Wow.
Yeah, there's nothing to like.
Wow. I figured it would like not go unless it was right. That was an incorrect assessment. Okay, so just a little bit on there, and once I get this started, I can spin it a few times. Spin it out here, and then the rest is just history, okay? You see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Goodness gracious. Hey, sorry, I gotta stand here. Ooh, yeah. That is crazy. Why does that not line up? Because they've got that key up at the front. You would think it couldn't basically go backward or go wrong. I mean, that's pretty obvious which way that goes. I mean, I would say.
I would say so.
All right, so let's go ahead and try to get that last screw in, and we'll go from there. So we're gonna use that shorter one again. Guys, this is the longer one, this is the shorter one, okay? So the longer ones must be for the front wings like we thought. Mm-hmm. I just don't understand why it's not going. Just doesn't seem like it's biting anything.
It doesn't sound like it is.
No. And I know sometimes this happens, but I'm sure we got it in there secure.
Yeah.
See, when I push, I can tell I'm pushing the wing. Mm-hmm. Let me just keep going for a while and see if it starts biting. I can't imagine that being there. Okay, all right. We got to figure this out. We'll pause and figure out what's going on with that surface there. Okay, so we tried every different size of screw in this kit, and what I ultimately had to do, of course I can't get the thing to fall out to show you, I took this down to the Dremel tool and I just filed it at 45-degree angle so it made a sharp tip. It looks like a nail. And then that nail, it helps to get the screw to align, and then it took right away. So you just have to be a little bit careful not to mar your threads too terribly bad. See, there it's going. See, it's pulling the foam in now. I can feel it with my index finger there. So if you're having trouble getting yours to start, then don't feel bad, because I had a really hard time getting mine to start too. Okay. All right, so we're good there. So now the next step is going to be to reevaluate, make sure we have evenness on the elevator horizontal stabilizer. Because this thing, let's show them over here, because there's a bump up on both sides. I don't know if you guys can see that. I don't like it, but I don't really know that there's a lot I can do, because if I try to force this flat by pushing this down, it's just going to work its way back up. I'd almost rather just let it dry in this erroneous state right here where you get that little lip.
They're at least kind of
They look symmetrical.
Yeah.
That's the key. Okay, so now let's look at the nacelle. We've pushed it down a couple of times, and it just seems like we're getting a little bit better each time, but that's going to be harder to do once the plane is put together. So you'll want to keep that in mind. There's a little bit of a gap here. I think we're okay though. Okay, so this is actually going pretty smooth. So I'm not as frustrated with this model as I was with the last Dynam, but I am noticing that my wonderful Canopy glue, I don't know if I put enough on there to actually get it to stick the way I wanted it to. I may have to do a little bit thicker bead to get that to work the way I wanted it to. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to readdress that. See, I just didn't have enough on there. So we're gonna look at that right now because we can, and it's really easy to reapply. It will take a long time for that stuff to set up to working strength. I'm gonna sit in the middle because I wanna have my focus on getting a nice clean bead. And you see how it's dry and perfectly clear. That's what you want. Okay, so I'll lay that cap there. Camera crew is gonna watch. It's the ruddiest stuff. And so it's just really hard to believe that it's gonna work good for this application, but it really does. And some people will apply this to the canopy itself, and I've only done it a handful of times, so I don't know which side would work better. But the good news is that if you don't run down the side of the front of the plane, then this will disappear. So you won't even be able to see it at all. As long as it doesn't run down the side, then you'll be able to see that clear material. Boy, that is making my thumb burn. Oh my goodness. I'm not having to squeeze it super hard, but I'm having to squeeze it like evenly. Okay. And it's just, it forgives all sorts of mistakes. So I am just gonna rotate this back on here though, because we evidently had it held in a pretty good spot. I'm just gonna roll that in. It's nice and tacky now. Okay, so you see that right there where it's real runny and gummy. It's not ideal to have a ton of it out like that, but it's definitely sticking. It doesn't seem like it's gonna work, but it just works really good. See, the difference between this and that CA we worked with last time is that the CA, when you're done, it will either fog it really bad or it just doesn't hold. And so it makes up no gap. There's no gap filling characteristics whatsoever. And so this is the only spot where I got a little bit too heavy, so we'll just grab a paper towel and we can clean that off. And I want to clean it so it goes onto the windshield. If it's going to go somewhere, I don't want to get it onto the flat, this matte finish. So I'm going to try to wipe it up and away. Because like I said, that stuff will be clear when it's done setting up. If you can tolerate seeing it, just leave it. Like this one here, it's a little bit tempting to just leave that little bit because it will just act as another strong point. Okay, and that stuff will blend in real nice. See, that little seam there is not going to hurt anything. Okay, so we'll let that set up a little while longer. All right, so what else do we have to do according to the instructions? We got all sorts of hardware. Obviously, we need to do these control arms and things.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we do that now?
Okay, that makes sense.
So I can rotate this. Which side's the rudder on? I don't know. Let's do the elevators first. I don't know. I mean, normally I would do this when it's not assembled on here, but being as we already have it assembled, we're going to do it now. There are screws and back plates for each of these. So I like to glue them on. See these screws? They're only so long, okay? See, there's 2 screws per clevis, and then there's 1 backer plate like that, okay? So I think the screws have to bite into here. Let's test my theory before I get too excited, because that'll dictate which way the hardware goes. Obviously, this one's going to be like that, but look how the holes line up. Okay, so you notice that? How they're wrong? See this one? How it's right? Mm-hmm. Make sure you pick the correct ones, because there's only a few of them. You see these here? Those are going to be the ones for the elevators. Okay. So then this one's going to go like that, right there. And this is pretty thick. I don't think these bolts are going to reach. Let's look. It's probably about right. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to glue this in position. And I'm not going to worry necessarily about attaching it to the control rod until we're at such a point that the glue is set up a little bit. Okay, so we're going to go pretty liberal amount on there. And this side is got a little bit of texture, and then this side is flat, so I guess I'll just do the flat side. Just take a little bit of that. So I'll just squish that on there and then pull it away. Just get a little bit of that adhesive on there. Whoops. Sorry guys, it's stuck to my fingertip. So now we're going to get a little bit of that glue onto the other side too. And that's where your contact adhesive is going to come into play again. I want to go a little bit heavier on this. Yes, there's screws there, but I just want to have it glued and screwed. You can see where the holes come through. That's your indicator of where you want to put your glue if you're going to glue it. You know. You wouldn't have to glue this, but I think it's probably worth the effort.
And you have the glue, so.
And I have the glue, so yeah, right. Okay, so I've had pretty good luck. Sometimes I can just feed these through, and that helps pin it in place so it doesn't want to fall down. Okay. And I'm still not 100% sure if that's going to reach through or not. We'll find out in about 10 seconds here. Since this stuck, see, make sure your holes line up. Okay. And this is where we're going to find out if that was a good call or not. I think it was.
Okay.
All right, guys, sorry we ran out of memory there, so you missed a couple seconds of starting a screw. And we'll get this started too. And this is actually working pretty good. I'd feel like so far this installation, even with the problems, is still about better than average.
I agree.
Compared to the last Dynam we built, I would say this is going pretty smooth.
Is the screw biting on the other side?
Nope, I need to push down the tip of it to be able to get it to align. Once I get that pushed down, then we'll be golden. Show the people what I'm fighting over here. You see the alignment issue I've got?
Yeah.
So now the way sometimes this works is you can take and hold up on this with your fingertip until the tip of the screw starts to come through.
I can see it.
Yep, there it is. Okay, so it's going now.
Yep.
And this is always frustrating because you're getting a little bit of glue all over the place and you think, man, that's just going to be so ugly. But to be honest with you guys, you won't even know any better. That glue will dry. It'll be no big deal. This will be a nice, strong connection point to a very weakly attached control surface. How are we doing on time?
1 minute.
Okay. So then we'll just come back at it with a clean Q-tip and peel off just that little teeny bit of excess. And then we'll let that cure and set up for a few minutes. And maybe off camera, since it's the exact same process, we'll get these two mounted. Okay, so off camera, we got all three of these installed. You guys saw actually the first one, and then the other two we added as well. We did the exact same process. It was just, you know, on the two elevator surfaces. So now the instruction manual should be able to tell you where to plug this in, but who knows if it actually does. The camera crew is going to check on that right quick. And then I'm going to get ready to plug these things in.
It lists the control, the throws.
Yep, it does. Yep.
But nothing, it just says install them.
Okay.
So
who knows,
it's up
right?
to your judgment.
I guess. Okay, so I'm actually going to just plug it in because they are not necessarily even and they are not necessarily correct inside. So I'm not going to get super bent out of shape about trying to get these all seated permanently. I just don't want to forget to do it. I guess for now, I'll go to the outsidemost hole. And then I'm going to go to the outsidemost hole here, and we'll see if that's good. Now, I don't know if those servos are centered, so that's why I'm not getting too bent out of shape about the way that these are. But those are going to have to be evened up before we fly it. They don't have to be evened up to continue the process of building, though. So we'll come back to that. So at this point, we've had a pretty good amount of time on these glue joints. They're obviously not going to fall off at this point, but that gap is probably what that gap is going to be. And there's probably not a whole lot more we can do about it other than getting some sort of a faster acting glue in there like CA, and I'm just not sure I'm into that. So I think at this point we should put the wing on, correct?
I think so.
I think that's what we got to do next.
Okay.
So we have everything done as far as we can with the exception of the LED controls. These are LEDs. They're controlled by this little module here. I guess we can talk about that. Maybe it'll be easier to see it here. So there's one on the left side and one on the right side on this plane, so it's pretty simple. This goes into any of the servo plugs, and if you don't have a servo plug available, you can Y cable off of it. And all you're really doing is you're taking the positive and the negative, so the signal wire doesn't actually technically do anything that I know of. And then here, flashing on. See, on is here, flashing is here. So this is on, meaning on solid, and then these are flashing. Okay, we're not going to use the flashing ones. There's 3 of them. I don't think there's any other lights. It's just the navigation lights, right?
I haven't seen any others, no.
So I'm going to slide these together. Actually, you know what? We'll do this a little different today. Let's just show you one other approach. We've done this a couple of different ways. I want to basically I can either slide these in here to kind of protect the pins from touching anything. See, and then they slide up in there nicely, okay? And you want to make sure that the brown lines up with the brown in case you'd make contact when you're doing that. And the whole idea here is to basically protect from a short circuit. So then we can slide these in. Okay, there we go. So they kind of go in there from the back side, and then we can just fold it over nicely. And then I'm going to tape. And really the whole objective is just to keep those from short circuiting anything as they flop around inside the plane. And believe me, they will flop around inside the plane. There's really not a whole lot you can do other than cut them off. You could cut them off, but I'd like to keep them in case I use them for a different plane sometime. Okay, so then this is my constant or my on. So now let's plug those in. So then this essentially becomes like a Y cable. The brown goes to the black and the red goes to the red. They do not slide in nicely. I haven't ever had them slide in very nice. Red to red, brown to brown, brown to black rather. Okay, so just like that. And that one didn't get seated very good. See? Because there's play on the actual inside of the connectors, the way that they seat into the connector. So if you're wanting to establish a firmer connection, the best way to do it is to take a flat-bladed screwdriver that's extremely small and push from the inside there. Boy, where are all of our flat screwdrivers, camera crew?
Well, we only have like one because all of our Chinese screwdrivers are Phillips.
Oh. So if you take and you wiggle these, you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, and if you wiggle this, you see what I'm talking about. And then you can just take and push those. See how I push that in? That'll keep that play from becoming an issue. Okay, so now there's no play. Nice. Yeah, you don't have to do that, but if you're concerned, because these things get kind of packed in here. And so you don't know exactly where everything's going to end up, and you don't want them to get yanked out of there easily. Also, I don't like having that big bundle, but it's just kind of the nature of the beast.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to show you another trick just because I can. Okay, so you see this? You can actually unplug that. I'm going to show you another trick. You can separate these wires off. And then if you want to, all you have to do is just push down on this with a flat-bladed screwdriver, or you can use an X-Acto knife. That actually works good. I'm going to grab a hold of the brown wire only. Okay. Just kind of give it a nice gentle tug. Not hard, I'm just trying to just keeping pressure on it. And then once you lift this up, okay, I'm going to try the X-Acto knife. It might work a little easier. So we've got the X-Acto knife blade, and we'll just get under the lip of this black here. And we'll just lift up, and then that allows us to pull that little plug connector out, see? And sometimes it catches the front lip as well as the back lip. Just don't stab yourself because it'll make for a bummer of a day. Dang it. Okay. So then you can undo this whole connector, this whole second chunk of wiring. And you can always put that back in. It'll take couple of seconds. So now that'll be useful for another project.
Nice.
And in the meantime, you just have to get this plugged in. You know what I did? I'm just looking at this now. You see how that's labeled? It says plus and minus on the flashing. And then this says plus and minus in the on. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I did it right. So then this slides on. And if you can't get the pins to line up, then you can cut the heat shrink. Okay. So there you have it. Then you've got a nice clean controller. You don't have to worry about having the excess bulk of the wiring. So now we need to mate up the top and the bottom halves. We aren't going to glue them, we're just going to screw them together, correct?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Okay, good. Well, let's hope it goes together better than the last half. Is that the tail section screws were a pain?
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what I'm worried about now.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so then let's not forget these wires too. Those are for the landing gear retracts.
Okay.
And if I'm wrong, then we'll just switch them from up above.
Right.
Okay. That's a lot of crap to fit through a small hole.
Yeah, it is. Because it all has to go through, yep.
That's about big enough to get one of the ESCs through at a time, basically. So we're gonna try our best. So start with the longest cables and get those through. And if you can't get your ESCs through, you'll have to start with your ESCs, even though they're not the longest cables. Okay. Then just work that through as you get closer and closer. Then we got another Y cable here. Okay.
Where's this little retract?
Then this. Those are going to be a real bear cat. I wonder if I can feed those down now and plug them in. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. And then we can yank them back up through. Sorry, cam crew. I can't do anything different here. Okay. You're going to have to get kind of creative to get the angles. Can you hold the nose of that plane? Just hold it down? Yeah, perfect, thank you. So this is going to be black to brown. So the black is down. Okay, so black to brown. That's going to operate one of those retracts. And then black to brown. And that'll operate the other. I'm just going to feed this up here. We're going to slide this in.
You got it?
Yeah, I have it now, thank you.
Yep.
So now I have to go, I think, sideways to get this all to fit. It's kind of what we did before. Worst case, I got to slide one at a time. And then we'll do the second one at the end. Because the capacitors on the one end make it really big. Really big and bulky. By the time we're done with this, there's going to be so many wires going through that it's going to, you won't even need a screw. Okay, so now I'm just being real gentle so I don't accidentally unplug anything. Pulling every accessible cable up as I can. Yep, I got everything pulled up now. So was there a key on this one, or does it just drop straight down? It just drops straight down.
It just drops straight down.
Okay. Just pulling this up, pulling that up. Okay, so it's all pulled up. Yeah, wow, that was a good fit. What the heck? Why can't the nacelles fit that good? That's awesome. That's a really good fit.
It is good.
Okay. Now, these wires are not landed, and to be honest, I sort of am big time reluctant to land all these wires before we have everything bolted together, but that's exactly what we're gonna not do. We're gonna put the canopy right where it is. Actually, let's put the canopy on. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Let's see if it's tacked up enough to hold. Show them close up. See how nice that glue looks?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anything. That's the key. I can, I've got the tape right where it's gonna seam down.
I know.
I just didn't want all the wires to flop out, but I guess we'll just have to grin and bear it and flip this upside down. So all the stuff is probably gonna flop out, and that's okay. Okay, there it flops like I expected. Now we've got a bunch of long screws here, 4 to be exact. And the 4 screws are hopefully gonna align. Just gonna get them started. Okay, get them started. And get them started. Okay, so they're all started now, so I'll go ahead and get them to where they're engaging and pulling together. Okay, we'll do this side first, and then we'll do the front side. Okay.
Well, that seemed better than the tail section.
I would say it was a lot better than the tail section.
Yeah.
I'm having to push down on this, obviously, here.
But it is closing up that gap pretty decently.
Well, I'm pushing down, and that's what's closing it. Actually, not sure that's doing anything right at the moment. See? I don't feel anything happening there. That side is biting, for sure. I honestly can't tell. I don't think I'm gonna strip it out. I haven't stripped anything else out. It's been totally fine. Okay, then this side, I don't know if I just have a misalignment going on or what the deal is. It's just really hard to tell. Is it actually started? Is it not started? This is kind of the same thing I ran into with the tail.
Yeah.
It's almost like a nut zert has popped out. I suppose we should probably try to flip the plane over and look from the above side, looking down. You cannot see it from this side, it's blind. Nope, you're not gonna be able to see it. So that means, I knew it was going to be true, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to lift this out by just pulling. I'm pushing as little as I can. See, that just came straight out without any hesitation. So I don't know if the nut zert didn't get lined up. I'm gonna go try what I did before, and I'll show you what I did before we put it in.
Okay.
So that's what I did to the other one. We'll see if it works for this one. It's so hard to tell if it's actually biting or not. If there's a blind nut in there and we've pushed it down or gotten away from it, then it's probably not likely to catch. But that one back there, I felt like we had a misalignment. See, this is unique to that because this is kind of critical.
Right.
See? I feel like that one's holding. Oh yeah, it's holding for sure. Like it's biting hard. And then this one biting hard. This one biting very hard. That one is doing nothing. It's kind of threading through the top hole. I wonder if I can find a longer screw. Okay, I'll come right back.
Okay.
So I took out my modified screw and then I just pushed really hard and started turning, and it must have found the threads. So I don't know, I just didn't get lucky on that one, I guess. And I can definitely tell it's biting now, because it's everything I got to turn it. Okay, cool. So now that we have all that intact, you can see it really pulled nicely together. We got good seams here. Beautiful. Okay. Surprisingly went well. Now it's time to start wiring things up. We're not quite to radio setup yet. We're still in the build. The battery tray came out of ours. It's like the glue may have failed, so we'll have to figure that out at some point too.
Yeah.
And then or unless that's supposed to hold these ESCs, which that could be what's going on, because that thing kind of came out from right there. Mm-hmm. Let's show the people what I'm talking about. You see this? This was kind of over where those ESCs are parked, right there. I'm going to untangle these wires. Okay. Untangle the LEDs. Untangle that. Those are the ailerons. And then these two things, obviously, are the electronic speed controls. I'm just like honestly not sure if where they need to exactly sit. See, this had glue on it at one point. Doesn't feel like it was very sticky though. I'm not sure. That might just be a zip time together and be done with it sort of thing. It does kind of make sense that they would want those held together though. Guess we'll try this. Sorry guys if this is not right. It's not immediately obvious on the instructions. Big surprise, right? Typically I wouldn't want those to be tight together like that, but they just didn't give us enough length to really do much of anything with it. I could actually put some Velcro on there and stick it in.
If you don't use that as the battery Velcro tray, do you have Velcro on all your batteries?
No, I'm gonna untangle this one wire too. This one goes to the steerable nose gear. It's in the auxiliary 1 position. Seems a little strange to me too, because that's nice though, because then we could do a mix where you have less output on that control surface. Because the rudder has its own servo, and then that has its own servo. This is a lot different than the last plane we did for Dynam. It's like way nicer. Way nicer. The only problem is now this is going to give us issues for length of wiring. That I could live with. I mean, it's not ideal, it's not perfect, but it's definitely not completely horrible either. I wonder if on that we should just hot glue it, except then these things are going to get hot and it might dislodge while flying. Well, let's glue it together then. I think that's just, we're just going to commit and do that. That's the way it's going to be. It may not be the way they designed it, but it's going to work in our plane. So here we go. Just a little bit of glue here, a little bit of glue here, a little bit of glue here, a little heavy. And then we'll just plop it down in there. Just be mindful that we may someday have to pull these things apart. And it's actually probably a pretty serviceable solution, because then we can get in there and actually undo the Velcro, which you wouldn't normally be able to get at the ESCs quite that easy. Although I'm not crazy big fan of having them tied together, because the heat sinks are just going to heat each other up. It doesn't look like a ton of ventilation in here. In fact, I don't see any ventilation other than actually doesn't even look like there's hardly any right here. So I don't know if we should poke through these gun holes and make some ventilation there, but normally you want to have some ventilation to cool off your ESCs. Especially on an EDF, because they'll get hot. And then this is just ridiculously long. You could totally do differential thrust on this thing. That'd be cool. They're out far enough, I think it'd probably work okay too. But let's just go ahead and plop wires in here first. So, I'm trying to get to a position where I'm comfortable working on this, and it just doesn't exist. Throttle is here. Okay, so it goes right in the middle here. Sorry, I know you guys can't see. I apologize. There's throttle. Okay. And then here's the ailerons, which ironically there is a Y cable there. So since there's a Y cable on the ailerons already, then, oh, got to get that stuck back down there. If there's already an aileron cable Y splitter, then that might be a good place to hook up the ailerons and the LEDs. So there's your ailerons coming off of that side. And then your, see, that's coming off the other side. Okay. And everything else is already hooked up. So now let's just try to kind of gently do these wires in such a way that they get tidied up without too much effort. Okay, so we're just going to plop those down here. And this stuff, we can just plop it down there with it. Like, that doesn't look very tidy, Brian. Yep, I also noticed that myself.
That's a lot of wires.
That's not really that bad, actually. Compared to some of the planes we've done in the past, it's not too
long.
bad. Huh?
They're so long.
Yeah, I know. And I want to keep them from getting tangled up with this steering servo. So time for some zip ties, I guess. I sort of hate to zip tie everything up at this stage of the game, but let's get real. We're pretty much getting there. We're going to have to make some commitments. And this is the hardest part of the build for me, when I have to commit to placement of different things before I'm really 100% sure where things need to end up. I'm going to try to put this back onto the plane stand, though. I'm wondering if that'll help get me in a more comfortable spot. It's just kind of a weird angle. I don't know that that really helped at all. Maybe. Camera crew, if you come over my left shoulder, I wonder if you'll be able to see well. You think?
I can do this.
Okay.
It's better, at least.
All right, so you see what I'm doing here? I'm just gonna tie this right here. That keeps it away from this linkage here, which is, you don't wanna have all those wires get in there and interact. Okay, then I'm just gonna walk back and just start tucking things together. In this case, I might just grab the whole bundle, a whole lot of them. Just see if I can make some sense out of them. This one needs to double back. I had somebody tell me once they liked watching me do the cable management, and I'm just like, how could you watch that? That's like the most stressful looking. I'd be yelling at the monitor the whole time like, no, do it this way. Okay. Just trying to kind of get it into my hand. Once it's in my hand, then all I have to do is just put one single zip tie. It'd be kind of nice if I could just keep it somewhat simple like that. And remember, I'm not trying to, like, this isn't going to keep the plane from crashing necessarily. I mean, of course, if the wires were to come undone, that would potentially pose that risk. But I'm just trying to hold it so it's not a giant mess all the time. It does not need to be perfect, despite what you've read in magazines. And you could even argue this is sort of temporary because we haven't even tested everything yet. We might have to undo all this crap. That's a very real risk at this stage of the game. Okay, so I'm going to tuck it to that side. Just kind of get that out of the way. Okay. That's not too bad right there. I'd like one more there probably. And you'll notice I'm not like going crazy to tighten these super duper tight because I don't want to pierce the cables. All right, and I need to be able to get to that bind button. See, this is my next problem, is I want to keep that all so it's bound in such a way that it precludes this from getting tangled up with it still. Okay, so I'm going to do one more zip tie there, and I think we might be done at that point. We'll see. That might be a no-go at some point. See, if I'd have gone around the ESC leads, I could have secured it to this opposite side, but I don't know if that would actually work long term. Okay, so that does look a lot nicer. That was 4 little micro zip ties, mini zip ties, whatever you want to call them. All right, then our plug is going to be here for the battery. All right, so the next step is going to be to probably just plop the canopy on there and just see how things look. See if we've kind of missed anything that's obvious. Like, for instance, centering the servos, that'll be part of the radio setup then, right? Don't you think?
I would think so.
And the landing gear retracts, of course, we have to do that. We have to get decals on here at some point. Show the people at home another close-up of this. See, it's pulled down nice and tight. We got a little gap here. That's no good. That's not good. So you got a gap on that side. So I have to figure out how I'm going to do that. But then I was trying to keep that from sticking. Okay, just real careful. And then that stuff that'll dry totally clear after it's completely cured. That looks pretty good. I'm happier with that than I was with the CA. I don't know if it's a lot stronger, but it's definitely looks nice. Got a nice even, show them here. See how it's nice and even there? That's one thing I like on those canopies. This is a nicer model by a long shot than that BF 110. I mean, a lot nicer. A lot nicer. I want to have some tape to pull that out because I don't like having to squish the foam to pull them out. So let's do that next.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you do this wrong, they'll buzz on you. But, okay, so I'm just going to get kind of a relatively long piece of tape. And then, see, that's what I don't like doing. And this relatively long piece of tape is going to go down and under the bottom lip here. It's going to ride right up. Oh, kind of missed it. I want to go nice and square, perfectly square. Okay. Then, this doesn't have to have a huge tail on it, but it has to be huge enough to work. And actually, since I've already untaped it a few times, I'm just going to use this to get the mold release off. So then that should stick really nice when we put our final piece of tape on it. So just clear office style tape, nothing fancy. Didn't have to be one brand or another. That's pretty good. And then once you get that pulled straight up vertical, you're going to push this down right onto the finish, knowing full well that you have to get it right the first time. Okay, so pull it both ways, and then once you get it where you want it, then you can do this. And you see how it kind of curled on me? That was kind of a bad job. If I would have just been a little bit more careful, I could have got that to be totally flat. Then when I go to remove the canopy, okay, it's down there, then I can just grab that and pull it up and out. It's really easy. And that curl, I don't like the curl, but I can fix that right now. Real easy. You guys can't probably see that because it's kind of clear tape, but you can see it looks a lot neater now. but it still gives me enough to pull the canopy up without any problem. And then I don't have to grab from the canopy or grab from the foam. I can just grab from the tail. Looks really nice. I'm a little nervous about this canopy. That looks to me like it's gonna be likely to blow off of there. I wonder if it'd make better sense to actually attach it with some decals and then just have it so it's physically attached up in the center here. You know, like hinged.
Oh, really?
I wonder. I mean, I feel like the magnets are strong, but you know, they're only so strong. I don't know how fast this thing is gonna go. Canopy looks good though. I really like the way the cockpit, the feel of it is good. And the instrument cluster looked good. Real happy with this. I can't believe how much better it's gone in the last few Dynams we've done.
Yeah.
We beat it up so bad at the beginning and it's actually turned out to be pretty good. Okay, so before we start radio setup, I think it would be fitting to get decals on, right?
Yeah.
Let's do decals because that'll be part of the build. Okay, so let's talk to the people at home, camera crew, about where the decals go. If you want to take a look, I'll get some of these tools out of the way.
So there is the chart on here. We'll have to see how accurate it is.
They graced us with a chart.
Well, I said we'll see how accurate it is.
Oh, we need to mark the CG too.
Okay.
I'll get the calipers for that step as well. I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a UMX Horizon Hobby plane that you take out and you fly like within 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And maybe like an 8 or 9 being like those FMS gliders that we put together that took 10 minutes. I would say that this was probably like a 6 or 7, which is pretty good.
I was gonna say 5.
5? Really?
I mean,
okay.
We've done things a lot worse, but
Well,
we've done things that are a lot
the
better.
worst plane I've built myself, and I'm not talking about stick build, I'm talking about foamy, bind and fly, or plug and flies, would probably be, and I'm not talking about project planes like the Viper, or what's the one, the Viper Killing Zone?
Vampire.
Yeah, the Viper.
No, Vampire.
Vampire. The de Havilland Vampire. I think the Airbus A330 600 and the A330 or the A320 were two of the worst.
Yeah.
This would have ranked up there. These would have been like in the 1 to 2 range. They have a lot of problems and they're hard to fix.
Yeah.
And the instructions are very lacking. That plane went together a lot better. That's an XPR model that was built.
But that's like the 4th one like that we've done. 3rd or 4th? 3rd.
The Airbus A380 was a Tiansheng. It's a different manufacturer.
Yeah.
And they still make those from what I understand.
So do you want to do decals or do you want to do CG?
Oh, CG. Well, let's do decals because there might be a decal where the CG's marked.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
So-
I can see the 9s.
Yep.
The 9s, ironically, go up front
Over
the canopy hatch.
yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a 9. Very nice decals. Super easy to get off of there. I have a little disparity in my paint, so I'm just going to go ahead and take the opportunity to cover it. There was just this little relief. Really nice decals. What is going on here, Dynam? You trying to make up for that last one? I don't think they can ever really technically make up for that one.
That one was pretty bad.
And it's so annoying because it was like after it was done, then the servos sucked. This one is not going to have that problem because you can tell they use the right size servos.
Right, they're a lot bigger.
I don't know why the manufacturers try to get away with using 9-gram servos on planes that they have no business using 9-gram servos.
That's ridiculous.
It is really ridiculous. Because the difference in price between a 9 and a 13-gram or 15-gram servo is like 20 cents.
So
okay?
insignificant.
Especially when you're in the wholesale side of things. Okay. So then this one goes here, I take it?
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like I split just below the round. Okay, so. And then back just, I think we're good there.
I'm trying to figure out where those red circle things go.
I know, I was trying to figure that out earlier. I honestly can't tell. We could maybe flip the box like we've done before.
I think it goes on top of the nacelles, at least in 2 spots.
Well, oh, like on these round things?
Well, maybe.
Because I saw there was arrows that had like panel line markers. You know, like this is panel number 6 something.
Right.
The little arrows that I was talking about. Okay, so these go on the side of the nacelles, right?
Which?
They go here. I think I see from that drawing.
Do they have a number?
I can't tell.
No, on the...
I have the X-Acto knife over here if we're ready. Let's look at this together. Well...
9 and 10.
There, 14. 14. 14 of those red things. What the heck? I can't tell. Okay, so the 14s...
Oh, wait. I see it.
Oh, that goes up here.
No, here's a red circle here.
Right. Okay, but hun, what I'm saying is those panther marks go right here, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So those are 9 and 10?
Yep.
9 and 10. Okay, so they kind of go up here on the flat. Mm-hmm. Okay. Like this?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I think that was probably supposed to be white or something. Because it's shaped like a shield, but it's clear.
Right, but it's
Why the
clear.
heck would it be clear like that? Come on, man. You know. Okay, these look like firefighter circles.
See, you can see it on the outside.
Right. No, I see what you're pointing at. I think they're all the same.
Maybe
too.
does it go...
Okay, look. See this? Ooh, this is the first one I've had trouble with that didn't want to release. Okay. And it's not that, it's this. So that's supposed to go here, right? Ooh, which way does that go though? Does it show?
No.
Does it go like this or does it go like that?
I think it goes like right under the front of the wing. Or
I'm talking about there's a pattern to it. Can't tell from that. This one says they're like flat, but again, that, you know, whatever. I'm just gonna do it like this. I honestly don't know what that does. Some of you guys, leave it in the comments, educate us.
someone will know.
Somebody will know. Somebody always knows. And about the time I think I know, they know better. That's the interesting thing about doing this RC hobby, is that when you make a historical plane, there's a lot. You see how I'm just off of that mark? That's what I'm going to use as my gauge. And then, where did I go?
You were just below, just below the center here.
Okay. That's kind of a nasty decal.
But where did the other two go?
Well, I don't even know if I got them even. They probably go on the inside just like they are. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they're for. Okay, so the crosses for the top and bottom of the wings.
There.
There's a vertical line that goes on number 16. Do you see that? Is that 15 and 16?
15 and 16?
Yeah, 15 and 16, like this.
Oh.
Which way is forward, do you know?
16.
Hey, point the camera on the drawing.
16 is right there.
Okay, so it doesn't say.
No.
15 and 16. Okay, so this is one of the areas where the Dynams really struggle because they do not give very good input on which direction this goes. The yellower side goes toward the back according to that. I have no clue if it's supposed to be that way or not. This is the way it is. That's the way it is on the side of the box. So I guess the yellow goes toward the red.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's danger stickers. I am not putting Dynam stickers on here. I'm not putting 2.4 gigahertz. That is the stupidest looking thing ever. I don't know why anybody would ever want it to say that.
Oh, somebody might. Their plane.
No.
It's not their plane?
It's a scale airplane. You do not want that. Okay, so then there's A5, A6, A8, A87. There's those 4 markers on each side. Then there's a no step. Where'd the no step go? Did they talk about that, no step?
No, because none of those are numbered.
Of course. The one part you really can't tell where it's supposed to go. 17, what's 17? Dynam? Yeah, not doing it. So the crosses go on the side of the fuse, the wing, and the underside. So the smaller ones go on the back. So it goes equidistant from the canopy to the bars on the back here. So it goes like this. Equidistant from the canopy to the bars. And then I'm just going wherever there's a seam line like this, I just really write it down in there. These are pretty nice decals. They're not quite totally opaque, which is unfortunate. Sometimes they're really dark and really cover up the background color nicely. Okay, so this is going to be equidistant, but I want to measure from the other side. Okay, so I think we're good there. And then I went right off of the seam line here. Historically, we have done the decals off camera because by the time we get to this stage with a Dynam plane, we're so frustrated and burned out that we just can't handle it anymore. Where do these go? Here, sorry, camera crew.
Okay.
They're gonna go out here according to the drawing. So I'll just kind of find a landmark and stick to it, which would be equidistant out the aileron, okay? All right. Same thing over here. I think these decals are looking cool on here though. Mm-hmm. My camera crew thinks this plane looks weird, but that's okay. I think it's cool.
That's okay. I don't have to think it's cool.
While I'm putting this on the wing, show them an update of the snow.
Oh, I know.
Because it's just crazy. It's gonna be a lot of snow to clear.
We had a tiny little bit when we first started.
We had a couple inches of snow probably, right?
Inches. We're probably, I would say 6 inches strong. You could see, we had pretty much no snow on the ground this morning, except maybe in a few little teeny spots.
Camera crew,
Yep.
show the people. I'm gonna flip it over and do the bottom wings. That looks so sweet.
Cool.
Okay, so then on the bottom, kind of the same thing. I'll go equidistant on the ailerons. It'd be kind of cool to cover up the servo, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to get away with that. It's just gonna look weird. Mm. So equidistant, and just plop it on there. You guys have been clamoring for a video of all our airplanes, or like how we store them. And we've actually been making good progress on getting that video ready, i.e. getting planes stored nicely downstairs so that you guys can see it, because it was really bad before I started. And now it's getting to the point where it's slightly less bad. It's actually a lot better.
It's a lot better.
Lot better. But when you have as many planes as we've got and a revolving door of planes, meaning there's always more coming, and there's, if you have planes, you understand what I mean. There's always planes going. Sometimes they go to be with their maker. Sometimes if you're really lucky, somebody's interested in them and you're kind of worn out of them. Okay, so that's good. So now we're left with just these 2 red circles. This one I peeled off from here, so don't be confused.
Right.
I think I'm just gonna put them on the inside, don't you?
Yeah. It
So
technically says on your diagram, but it doesn't really indicate that well. So
What do you mean? Inside of the nacelles?
It just kind of points to the nacelle in a general fashion.
Like just here.
Yeah, just somewhere.
Somewhere on the plane.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to try to do this equidistant so it kind of makes sense. Okay, that looks pretty good actually. I don't know what it is, but it looks cool.
It does look kind of cool.
I'm assuming it's probably like a place where the fuel would be inserted or something to that extent. It's kind of hard to make them even when they're not distinctly obvious what they do. These ones deflect a lot, so you got to be careful to pop them off your finger before you start sticking them, or you end up with an oval. Okay?
You do still have these too.
And those landing gear doors make me super, super nervous.
I agree.
Okay, so those arrows, okay, so that completes this whole decal sheet, so we're done with that one. Mm-hmm. We need to still adjust these tails, the tail feathers, okay?
Yeah.
So that'll be part of the radio setup, but that definitively, we need to do that. All right, so we have all these covers. I know that there's a couple that point here and here, because I can see from that picture. Mm-hmm. The nose step, I don't know, the nose step would go on the flap. That's where that would be. On the control surface, that would be kind of in the way of the operator getting in and out. So normally this would say nose step, and that'd be listed in such a manner that the operator of the plane, the pilot, or the ground crew would know not to step on it. So I don't know which way they would put it, but I'm gonna put it, well, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be in English. So, but I appreciate them making this in English, so I know not to step there.
I was going to.
Okay, danger, danger. I think danger is gonna be, according to this drawing, it says A5 and A6 here, and then danger is over here. Mm-hmm. Which I don't really understand exactly why that says danger there. Is that supposed to be like, hey, watch out, there's an inlet? See, like normally doesn't the danger like point, is this about where it was?
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Okay, whatever, that's good enough.
Focus.
Oh, there's an RC sticker too.
Oh, sweet.
Not doing that. If I wanted it to look like a Chinese toy, then I would. Okay, so we're left with the open. Open, that's for the hatch. Which way does the hatch open on this thing? I didn't think that thing slid. I thought it popped open. The open way.
Here, there's an open one right there. It's not open.
Open? Come on.
I didn't say
Seriously.
I didn't say it was right.
It says open like to open the canopy. No, it's supposed to go like this, because that told the operators which way to pull and slide this. I don't know if that's correct or not, but I know it's not there. It's not supposed to open the hatch. Okay, A5, A6. Let's see if we can figure this out. This is going to be a little bit challenging because I can definitely see from this is detailed enough. I can tell that says A6. That's A5, that's A6. So A5, A6. So it looks like 6 is on the inboard portion. Okay, so I'll just put A6 here on the inboard portion. One panel in from the end. And then A5 right here. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming it has something to do with access panels that would be frequented by maintenance crews on the ground. I'm really not sure, but that's my assumption. Excuse me. Then A5. Now, we got to figure out where A7 and A8 go. I have to assume that A7 and A8 would have been on the outlet side of the nacelle.
Oh.
But I don't know that.
Makes sense.
Does it show?
There's one there. Oh, there's a circle.
Oh, dang it.
There and there.
There's another one. What's that one say?
Ooh.
That one's back there.
A8. That's A8.
Is that right over the...
It's like
here?
right over the back of the, that's not the wing root, but like straight up.
All right, whatever. That's good enough for me. I'm just going to put it there because I have no clue what it does. So that was A8. And then we'll do that symmetrically. So that was, yeah, essentially right over the wing root, like right here. Okay. And then this one is A7.
So it goes on the top of the wing somewhere.
Yeah. It goes centrally located. Dang it. So there was supposed to be a round one right there.
Yeah.
Did that point at the circle? I can't tell. We'll just put it here and pretend like that's right.
That's great.
Looks perfect to me.
Totally where it should go.
Since I had no clue what it did before. I also equally have no clue what it does now. Okay, so that leaves the Dynam stickers. And actually on this particular plane, the Dynam sticker wouldn't look horrible, but I'm still not doing it. It's a principal matter for me. And then obviously we have the 2.4 gigahertz and the RC. So we'll just go ahead and take care of that right now. We'll just get that thrown right where the permanent file cabinet. All right, so at this point we have everything physically assembled with the exception of minor adjustments to the landing gear, which may need to be made, and obviously on the elevator and rudder control surfaces. And we will be right back to look at the radio setup, including those things. So like I said, we'll be right back for the radio setup as soon as we're done marking the CG. Now, remember, we're not going to actually test the CG, but we are going to mark it right now. The center of gravity, of course, is going to be critical on this plane and any plane. So we're going to use calipers to mark it with just a black marker. Doesn't have to be anything too fancy. They're suggesting 115 to 120 millimeters back from the leading edge. No, from the first panel line. That's weird.
What?
Oh, that's gonna suck. Or wait, is at the leading edge of the wing. Show the people at home. That sure looks like a panel line to me. Or is that where the wing attaches?
It says where the wing meets the fuselage.
Okay, so where the wing meets. Okay, so how much? 115 to 120?
Yes.
Okay. That's 115 right there. Does that look about right?
Yes.
Okay, then 120, of course, is going to be, that's a long range. Holy
Yeah,
crappers. Did I mark that wrong?
Well.
I guess it's about right. Okay, 115 to 120 millimeters back. Okay. That seems about right, actually. I would say that's probably good by rule of thumb status. Okay, so 120 millimeters from where the wing meets the fuse. I'm going to actually tell Dynam they did a good job on that one, because I can actually tell where that is. Okay, then 115. I think I did 105, because I needed to go to 11 and a half.
Oh.
I should probably resolve that. Let's just double check. Yep, that's what I did wrong. Yep. Sorry, folks. I screwed that one up good. See where it actually is? It's just going to look like he got strafed by his enemy. All right, so without further ado, we are going to pause. We'll get things cleaned up and we'll be back for the radio setup. All right, YouTube. So we're back for the radio setup. We're going to use this DT9, which is basically the Dynam setup. It's a computerized transmitter. And the reason we're doing that is because this particular plane, if you guys didn't notice from the earlier portions of the build, obviously we had to clear our snow because it was getting dark. And so that's why it's dark now. Let's show the people. It was just a real light snow today. We had to clear. It was a lot.
It is a lot.
That was one clearing. So that stuff is knee high or better.
Yeah.
So that was fun. And we got it done.
We did. It worked good.
It worked out really good. So if you guys are curious about how we take care of our runway, then we actually have a video of our Coyote DK6010 HST. Or wait.
6010 SE
Thank
HST.
you. HST. There you go. And we put a plow on it, and it's fun.
And now we came back and there's a cat in our sink.
I may or may not have cleared the entire road too.
Well,
just because I don't want to wait around for the DOT to do it. All right, so this is the transmitter. So sorry for the interruption there. You guys probably didn't realize there was an interruption, except that I just told you. And it's dark all of a sudden. So I'm going to use this adapter here to plug into my XT60 into the IC3 on the Smart Pack. Obviously, we're not going to be able to take advantage of all the features of the Smart Pack on a plane like this, but it's still going to work fine for what we're doing. The plane calls for a 4,000 milliamp 4S. So this is 4,000 4S. Now, I don't know if that's going to get the CG right, but there is a pretty big pocket up here. As you can see, there's lots of room.
okay.
I'm not sure how that's going to work. We'll have to play with it and figure out, maybe we can stuff some foam in there. But for the moment, what we're going to do is we're going to work on getting a new model set up. And once we get the new model set up, then we will bind it. At which point we can put the retracts down. And we've intentionally been setting this down with the weight of the plane on the nacelles to try to close this gap, but it's just basically going to be what it is. I don't think we're going to get anything more out of it. This is a pretty simple plane in that there's no flaps. It's just basically elevator, rudder, of course, throttle, and then ailerons, and that's it. There's nothing really else going on. So it should be relatively easy to set up. So you're going to click.
Select model type, transmitter set, model set, model select,
3. It says model 003.
set,
So now I can type in a name. So we're going to click here and I'll show you the first couple letters and then we'll pause it. This is actually called the Dynam. It is called the ME262, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So we've already got an M. ME. And there should be a dash in here somewhere. ME. The 262?
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty straightforward process. Whoops. And then these, you can't hit clear, so you got to scroll. I think it's one side or the other. And there's not enough room to show a size, which is a bummer.
model set,
Okay. And then the,
transmitter set, select model type,
I want to make sure it's on airplane. See?
transmitter set, transmitter set, model set,
So that took the model name away.
model name,
So the reason I showed you that was just so you understand not to do that. I thought the model name would be retained. Oh, come on. Dang it, I went the wrong way. It is not hard to put in model numbers or model names in this setup, but it is definitely, you have to remember which direction to scroll because the special characters are on both sides, if I recall. Okay, so 262 again.
And the refresh rate isn't super fast.
On the display,
Yeah.
on the LCD, so yeah.
Or maybe it looks worse on the camera.
I think it's just maybe not quite as good. It could also be that it's sitting over kind of near that window. And so it's a little bit cold, but I would say it's not really all that cold. It's probably about room temperature actually. But what'll happen is you'll scroll and it'll not refresh.
model set,
Okay, so mode 2 is correct.
transmitter set,
Then we're gonna go to model parameter. And basically at this point, we can,
transmitter set,
oh, let's do throttle hold.
throttle hold,
Okay, so it says set off. That's SH. Okay. See how it's not working? The throttle is not changing, but now it is. Okay, so that's good. So throttle hold is on. So we got that set, and then the timer. Did it say how long to set the timer
No.
for? Let's just double check. Yeah, 14.8, 4,000 milliamp. They want at least 25C, which is fine.
Sometimes it lists it up here, like once it did, but otherwise I've never seen a
I would
timer.
say we'll set the timer for like 3 minutes and more, hope for the best, and then we'll probably run an alarm.
Okay.
I don't like the timer on this system. I don't like the fact that there's not a 1 out timer.
Select model type. Transmitter
Ooh,
set.
don't go in there.
Function set. Timer 1 set.
Whoops. So timer is 3 minutes.
Transmitter set.
Okay, so with throttle hold off. No.
Transmitter set.
Okay, we'll go back into timer set. Timer is off. We want it to be up, and we want it to be triggered by throttle, and the switch is fine. The throttle threshold is -90. So that means if it's over 10% up on the bottom half of the sweep, then it'll start. And that's 3 minutes. I didn't have it fully set. Okay, so you see it started? So now if I drop the throttle to nothing, it stops. I don't like that, especially on an EDF jet. I want it to be on pretty much all the time, but let's be honest, when you do chop the throttle and you're just doing a dead stick pass, then you don't consume as much power. But my expectation is that I kind of take an average of the amount of load that it's gonna use up. So in my experience, I want the 1 out to work, okay?
Downlink information.
So at this point, we have throttle cut, we have timers. I'm gonna get all the switches where I want them. Let's go ahead and set up. There's one other thing I wanna set up. I don't know if it's in here. Yeah, model parameter. So aileron curve. Okay, so this is where you set up your expo. Okay, so I wanna set that to SD, because that's where I want it. Oh shoot, where do I set that? See how it says the different things.
Model parameter.
Switch set.
Switch set.
Aileron curve is set to off. I want to set it to SD. Elevator curve, I'm also going to set to SD. And rudder curve, I'm going to set to SD. Okay.
Model parameter.
Then I can go into the elevator curve. Why does that say DO still?
Model
Because that's curve 0, right?
switch set.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Thank you for noticing that.
DO is confusing because it looks like an O, not a 0.
Well, and what they're talking about is they're talking about the position 0 compared to the position 1 compared to the position 2. But I'm a little bit weirded out by that because it's not switching, and this should be attached to SD now.
Model parameter.
You see what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. I've done this before and it's worked. See how it says SD? There's SD. I don't know why that. Did I do something wrong?
I don't think so.
Nope, it's set to SD. Okay, so throttle hold, mix set, aileron curve. Okay, so DO. Let's do the expo level at 5. And then for 1 would be 10. And then for D2, let's do 20. So it'll be quite a bit more. That's ailerons. See, it doesn't have a live display like on the Spectrum stuff. But then let's go back out and we'll go to monitor.
Transmitter set. Transmitter set. Channel monitor.
Okay. So as I move the ailerons, see how it changes? See that? It went to 18, then to 22, then to 27. Okay, so DO, D1, D2. meaning, I don't know if they mean like detent 0, detent 1, detent 2. I don't know why it doesn't say SDO, SD1, SD2, okay? So some of these things are just minor deviations from what I'm used to. It doesn't mean it's wrong or anything like that. Okay, so on 0 for the elevator, we'll do 5. Then I'll scroll down here and do D1 at 10. And at D2, I'll do 20. Okay. I'm not going to reduce my rates on 20 because that's just a lot. And then throttle skip, we'll go to curve for rudder. And DO is going to be 5. It's actually quite easy to set this up, but it's just a little bit different than what I'm used to. It's actually not super unintuitive. It's just not what I'm used to. Okay, so now we have those. So now we can go back to monitor and we'll verify things are working. So the rudder is over here. So I'm just gonna move it to like 22, 17. See that? Now auxiliary 3 is actuating here. So we'll have to make sure that doesn't cause a problem. But it's definitely changing the amount of output, okay? Let's check elevator. Yep, definitely working. And ailerons, yep, definitely working. So we have our expo set. We have all the different settings, and this is where I want to start. So it'll be 5 if we don't have enough, 10 is neutral, that's where we're going to start, and then 20 if we want more. All right, so this is the bind switch here, SG, and so we're going to be prepared. We're going to shut this off. There's a bind switch on the front of this, or the top of this rather. See that bind button? So I have to press that. So I'm going to go ahead and plug this in. Okay. Then I'm going to press, well, it's already in bind mode, I think. Or do I have to press and hold it until it flashes slow? Okay, so it flashes slow. So now I'm going to pull this toward me, spring loaded. And then I'm going to bind it. And it says green. That was wonderful. Okay, so it looks like this servo is not moving. I don't know why. That's probably not good. I'm going to unplug this quick. You see what's going on there? Can you come over here? Right here. And then you see what's going on there with that servo? Something is maybe not quite right, like it might be driving to the other side. So I'm actually going to grab a screwdriver and I'm going to take that loose so that it doesn't break the servo by overdriving it into nothing.
Okay.
So watch this. I'm just going to undo this. Grab it with my fingernail, pull it out, the screw. Okay, nothing fancy there. I'll slay that down, and then I'm gonna just pull this off and let things initiate again. Okay, so we're already bound, so we don't have to do anything special with that now. Okay, so now look at that servo. That one's moving. That's the wrong surface. And that's the wrong surface. See? That's the rudder, and this is the elevator. So they're plugged in wrong. And we need to verify all the control surfaces are not only going the right direction, but that they're plugged into the right ports. So...
And we didn't plug those in.
I don't think so. I did unplug one and move it, though. So it's possible I got it wrong? I don't know. I don't think I did. Pretty straightforward stuff. Okay, so that's the rudder plug. So that needs to switch with the elevator, which is the second one over. I've actually been pretty happy with these little receivers. They have a lot of features involved. But the thing is, they're not like especially cheap compared to the competitors. So it becomes kind of a tough call because, I mean, if I'm going to be spending 70, 80 bucks on this stuff, I'm going to be getting what I want. You know, not necessarily the Dynam choice. But I can say this, I've been okay with it. It's just maybe not what I would pick. Okay, so now our rudder. Just looking at controls, the lights look nice. They're solid, green and red. Okay, so that's backward. That's correct, and that's correct. So this is backward. So let's switch that.
Model parameter. Reverse. Model transmitter set.
Okay, correct, correct. So now we need to figure out why this servo was driving. I think it's probably because that's an auxiliary 1 servo. So it's probably driven to one side or the other. Oops. Okay, gear. Okay, you'll notice that one. They're actually both kind of sticking down a little bit. You see that? What the heck is this? Look at this. This thing is like, is that glued? Are they serious?
It's cracked.
No, it's like the body is like split.
Oh.
But I can't hardly believe that's the way it's attached. So we need to glue that, and we're gonna put a zip tie around it right now before we continue onward. And we have 2 different CA bottles here. I just wanna make sure I get the one that's from the last model. And we're gonna put, that's kind of like white, right?
Yeah, it's like that light blue color.
Yeah.
White would be better than black for a zip tie.
Nah, I'm gonna just use black.
All
It's
right.
fine. I got a million of the black zip ties.
That is true.
So I am disappointed at this step so far. We've actually been really happy with this plane. It's been really nice, but to have that retract broken like that is really weird. We still have a lot to do too, by the way. And when I say a lot, I mean, it's still, I mean, relatively less, but. Okay, let's show the people what we're doing here. So this is obviously not being driven yet. I wonder how I'm gonna get the glue in there without it being a mess. I'll probably have to put it upside down, like where I took it from. Also, I don't want this to be the gear switch, SA. So let's go to model. How do I set that?
Go back to where.
Airplane Gyro.
Gyro.
Function set. Transmitter set.
Okay, before I do that, I'm gonna put that on SE because it's closer to where I'm used to. I want it on SG, but that's the bind button. Okay, so I'm gonna have to drip a little bit of CA in here. Let's just make sure, yeah, that's still flowing. Okay, that's definitely CA. Okay, I gotta grab a paper towel because I wanna control this. I don't wanna make a huge mess of it. Basically, this is just plastic, so I don't know, this might not be the absolute worst way to do it, but it may not be the best way to do it either.
What if you tip it like on its
That's what I was
side,
gonna do.
Sort of. Okay.
Sorry guys, you're gonna have to just take a back seat for a sec here because I gotta try to get this glue in there. Okay. So I'm gonna lay it down. Well, I wanna flip this over and try this again and get glue on the other side too. I just can't conceive of a reason why this thing would be split. Are you in my light? No, you're not in my light.
I think so.
The lighting is just kind of bad at this spot because the plane is blocking a lot of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that I have that glued, I want to actually see if I can have the camera crew hold this while I put a zip tie on. Just hold it on the wing. You should be able to hold it. You got it?
Yeah.
Just brace it for me. And then it's just kind of a weird spot and I don't want to take everything off. You good still? Mm-hmm. That should sandwich it shut, right? Oh yeah, that closed it up nicely. Then I'll just tweak that hard And then I think we should be good. And this is disconnected right now. That is not from me. That was from them. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now I want to just basically, I want to use a Q-tip. Did I not bring a Q-tip over? I didn't. That's all right. That's all right. I got it with this.
Okay.
I'm just going to wipe off the excess with this paper towel. Okay, so we should be good to go. So now obviously we have this steerable servo, or steering servo. We need to address that before we can continue. Let's figure out what channel is moving it. Okay, so that's this one. And that's incidentally also changing the state of our gyro. So that's going to be a problem. I do not want the steering servo to be connected to that. Are we going to have to do a Y cable on here, or should we just see if we can get another channel to control that? Let's look at the menu structure for a minute. So obviously, remember the,
Channel monitor.
so that's auxiliary 1, okay? I think we can assign another auxiliary to control that. Airplane gyro.
Plane gyro.
Mode map. Okay, so it says SW1. So that's the switch 1, switch 2, switch 3.
Airplane gyro.
So these are the different gain settings.
Airplane gyro. Roll gain. Airplane gyro. Pitch gain. Airplane gyro.
So we have to test that.
Function set. Transmitter set.
Okay, so that's not where we do it.
Monitor. Transmitter set. System set.
That's not where we do it. We don't want to go into that.
Model set.
Trainer set, channel set. Okay, so gear is currently set to SA. I want to go to SE. Okay? So now I got to be careful when I do this because it's going to still move the gear. Is that enough room, you think?
Maybe.
Good? Better? That'll work, okay? So, like I said, I can't use this. That's the bind button because it's
Right.
spring loaded. It's just gonna go back. And then I have that in the correct condition because that would normally be back when I take off, okay? Then auxiliary 1 is tied to SB. I actually want that attached to the rudder. So let's see if I can do that. That's weird. So it's got to be attached to something. So we'll change that to, we'll leave that as SB for now. But then I want to try to get, you know what? I'm going to change this one to SB. And I'm going to change this one to SC.
Model set.
Failsafe, import, export, reset model. Stick mode, okay.
Model parameter.
I think I need to do a mix. Rudder curve, nope.
Parameter.
Mix set.
Set.
Currently, I have this one set. I wanted to free this up so it could just control the gyro, as with other models that I've had from Dynam. Throttle balance, veer, VTEL, delta mix, program mix A. I'm going to turn it on, and I want the master to be rudder, and I want the slave to be auxiliary 1, and I want it to be at a rate of 100%. So now, you see this? So that's moving. So let's see if that moves it in the right position. See how it moves a lot this way, and then it runs into problems over there? I don't know why that is. See how it hits? I don't really understand why that is. Oh, I know why. Because look. It's because we're offset right now. You want to know why that is?
Why? What?
We weren't centered because the switch SC has to be assigned to something, right? For that channel for auxiliary 1.
Oh.
So now, when I move it, it goes back and it stops, and it goes forward and it stops.
Is it going the right way?
But what the heck is going on with this? Why is that moving another control? It's changing the safe, or not the safe, but the automatic leveling, okay? So it's going into a different condition. Right now we must have stabilization on, and as we move, we're moving from auto leveling to nothing to stabilizer. Or we're going from auto leveling to stabilizer to nothing, or something like that. So it's the gyro control is also attached to auxiliary 1. So we have to fix that now, if we can, which we may not be able to. I don't really know why we don't just have this tied to the rudder. It would be just as fine with me.
Could you put a Y cable?
Except if they run backward from one another, then that's not gonna work. Okay, so we've got that fixed. Now I just need to go. Oh, this is gonna be a pain. What's vibrating? I do not understand why they have that elevator set up that way. It's so weird. That does not sound good at all. I'm pulling this servo connection point off too. What the frick? That servo's already bad. You hear that?
Yeah.
The servo's bad. Oh, what a mess. I was all excited thinking maybe we could have that work. Way too wishful thinking. Okay, so now we have to figure out what are we going to do about all this mess. Auxiliary 1 is going to take the switch. Right now we have ailerons. Do you remember how I was telling you we shouldn't zip tie those things up?
I think I remember that.
Well, it's probably not going to make a big difference because not only is this not an acceptable servo, it's broken.
Right.
But we are going to have to undo. I'm just doing a Y cable on the rudder and we'll see if it drives it in the correct direction, okay? So the auxiliary 1 is getting unplugged right now. Okay, so it's unplugged currently. Now that's going to get plugged back in into a Y cable. The Y cable is currently on the ailerons. Remember, the ailerons is where we used our connection to get the LEDs energized. You remember that?
Yep.
So now we have to undo that. This is the sort of crap that just drives me nuts. Okay, so we have ailerons here and the LEDs here, okay? So now we're gonna unplug the ailerons from that and we're gonna plug the ailerons back in, which is already a Y cable, by the way, to the aileron port. Now they will continue to operate as they had, okay? Then this Y cable is gonna plug into the rudder instead of the rudder servo. Not that it matters because it's garbage anyway. What the frick? Didn't I just unplug the rudder?
No, you unplugged auxiliary 1.
No. Is this not the rudder? No, that's the elevator. So the elevator is the one that's messed up. My apologies. So the rudder is still, yep, the rudder is disconnected. Well, good thing I didn't try to fly it. So now this Y cable is going to basically share signal for rudder and steerable nose gear. Unless, of course, this is backward, which is totally possible. What the heck? Oh, it's not plugged in yet. See? Here's the one that goes into the other side of the Y cable now. And then that LED is going to plug into auxiliary 1 because auxiliary 1 will not do anything with it then. Okay?
Okay.
Come on. You can do it. Okay, got it. So now, it goes the same direction. What the heck? Why would they not just set it up that way? See, look, I turn left, it's turning right. Okay?
So that's correct.
It's correct.
Okay.
So now, basically, we need to get the elevator servo fixed, which just drives me nuts. We can go ahead and refasten the steering nose gear, okay?
Oh, okay.
So the nose gear is in, and it's actually okay, and we have to undo that mix we just set up. Okay, let's undo this mix. We have the screw here. That's garbage at some point.
Model set.
Where is that mix? Camera crew, do you remember?
Function set?
Function set.
No,
Transmitter set. Channel monitor.
no,
Transmitter set. System set.
no.
Transmitter set. Auto set. Transmitter set. Model parameter.
Is it under switch set? There it is, mix set. Program mix A, you can just turn this off. Okay. So now SB is controlling our auto leveling and or gyro and or nothing. Okay, so we're gonna look at how that's set right now. Because the broken elevator servo we'll deal with, okay? It's not gonna be hard to remember because it runs like horribly. Okay, so I'm looking at that aileron, and when I move the wing up, it goes up. When I move this wing up, it goes up. We still need to center them. When I move the rudder this way, or when I move the tail this way, the rudder goes that way. When I move this way, the rudder goes that way. The elevator may not be so easy to see. It goes up. I think it's going up. It's going down. Okay, so we have all the controls moving in the right direction with the stabilizer. Stabilizer should be off now, or auto leveling. So it's not auto leveling. Okay, so let's look at this.
Transmitter set.
Okay, so we gotta go to the gyro.
Function set. Airplane data.
Can you? Okay, so facing up. What is that noise? That's the elevator servo making that disgusting noise. Oh, it's so annoying. I can't handle listening to it. Okay, we have to also center the control surfaces, so we might as well work on that for a second because it's driving me nuts. See over here how this thing is pointed way over off in La La Land? We're gonna undo this. We're basically gonna drive this in to try to center that, okay? The elevator. You can definitely hear it's totally screwed up. Luckily, I have a million servos. I'm not happy about having to use them.
No.
Jeez, I got a long ways to go on this. Holy crappers.
Yeah, that was way off.
But that's actually better because it's going to bite better on the clevis. I actually like this plane, so I really want it to perform well. So I don't want to just totally quarter ass it.
That was only one step.
Okay, so that's going to be pretty straight. Left, right, left, right. Okay. Are you showing the people at home that it's square?
Yeah, so I'm trying to stand back here.
Yeah, that's pretty darn close. It's as close as you can get by eye. And then this thing needs to be snapped together, and it's probably going to come through and like stab me when I do this. Ow! I hate it when they do that. I knew it was going to do it too. Okay, so rudder, aileron, aileron. Now, the reason I'm mechanically trimming this is because I don't want to give up any of my play or any of the throw. So now I need to do kind of a similar setup on the aileron. This aileron is close, but no cigar, right? It needs to come down just a hair probably.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Ow. Okay, not gonna be able to get that with my fingernail. I have to use a screwdriver, which is fine. That's actually probably a good thing because I don't want it to come out on its own. All right, I gotta get a flat screwdriver because flat screwdriver. We'll just get in there and try to turn it. Oh, for goodness sakes, come on. There we go. Okay, so we got that. I need to pull this down just ever so slightly. So probably have to run this in 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if that's enough. I love listening to that servo buzz. Does that also make you happy?
It drives me insane.
Okay, got that one done. So now we got to do the other side. You know what I could do? That'd be super fun.
Unplug it so it stops buzzing. Oh.
That's wonderful. You guys can't even probably hear it on our mics. So, because our lapel mics don't pick up noise like that very good. Lucky for you. So now this side, we got to do kind of the same scenario. We have to run this aileron servo so that it's level here instead of having this upward movement. So we're back to regular Dynam again. I was thinking maybe they were breaking the mold.
We almost made it. So close.
Yeah, really. Although, to be honest with you, this is sort of expected at the beginning of the build, and then we didn't get it for most of the build, which is kind of nice. Okay. Geez, I gotta go way in on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I bet 7, maybe 8. 8 half turns. Okay, another 2 more. 1, 2 more half turns. Nope, not enough. 1, 2, 3. Let's try 3. That's close. Maybe 1 more half. No, we're gonna do 1. Okay, let's show the people at home from here. Oh, I went too far. Gotta go half back. Okay, here's the half back. Oh yeah, buddy. She's square and even. Ow! Every time you do that, it hurts. Okay, so now the last step I've got to do, I got to even up the elevators no matter what I do. But I have to pretty much, let's look at the stupid servo and see if we can fix it. Oh, I can't believe I'm even saying that. But I mean, let's see if we can fix the servo for those people at home that might have the same problem. And I don't want them to be like, oh, I got to order a servo. No, you don't probably have to, but we're going to look at this. So the way I'm going to do this is just undo 2 screws. One's going to get loosened and one's going to get taken out. These plastic strips, usually you can kind of loosen one side and then take it out. No, I'm going to have to take out both. That's fine though. There's no excuse for dead servos like this on a brand new plane. Zero excuse. Should never happen. It's one thing if you have a plane that you feel it.
What?
See,
What am I
it's
feeling?
hot.
Oh.
It's hot because it's been sitting there overdriving this whole time. Okay, so we're gonna look inside of this piece of crap. We're gonna show you what's wrong with it. Go into the belly of the beast. I was all excited thinking they used appropriate size servos. Well, if you use appropriately sized servos and then you overdrive it for like 3 weeks, I don't know what they were like running them through test procedures or what the deal is. Man, that green light is bright. Show the people at home while I'm unscrewing these screws. Well, you're not looking straight at it. I am. See how much more intense that is? I was telling you guys about that earlier. Mm-hmm. Okay,
The
so...
lights look good though.
Huh?
The lights do look good.
The lights are good. I agree, totally. Totally 100% agree. Ah! I was thinking that would be
Blank.
and instead it was like Chinese. Okay, so let's look at this crappy servo. Okay, so we got 4 screws. Once the servo comes apart, then we're gonna see where it broke. I guarantee I know it's one of the 2 drives. Okay, so this is a little control module that takes the pulse width modulation and compares it against the trim pot that's in there. There's not a trim pot, but the potentiometer that's in there. Okay. So this is the top, and look at that. The servo is tipped off to the side, so that's always convenient. Okay, so let's see which one's broken. That'd be awesome if it wasn't broken. Oh, look at that. See this?
You can see. Yep.
Oh, there's some schmutz in there.
Is that a tooth or is it just other plastic?
Yeah, it could be other plastic, but I'm kind of assuming it's a tooth, because look, there's another one. There's another little chunky chunk.
Maybe it's just schmutz.
It could be just schmutz. That'd be the best, but I doubt it. It's probably the teeth on this. Let's see. So far, I haven't found any. That's a metal gear on that drive. That's good. This is the way pretty much all servos come apart, folks. If you've never taken a servo apart, do yourself a favor and do it once. Okay, so, oh, there's your problem.
Wait.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work, guys. There's no teeth on there. Good Lord.
That really messed it up.
Okay, so normally I would say let's fix it with another servo, because really all you have to do is fix this one piece. You replace it with another one that's the same size. So lucky for you folks, I actually have 1 million servos that are dead. I'll be back with my bag of dead servos. Okay, so lucky for you people at home, I'm an organized hoarder. And I keep everything.
I like how you specified for the people at home. Not for the people here.
No, you already knew. You already knew.
I did.
Okay, so basically what we need to do is we need to rebuild the servo. And so the best way to rebuild the servo is to not ever need to do that. This is a perfect surface for this. See? Yeah, lots of little small parts come flying out conveniently. Okay, so when you're looking at replacing a servo gear, you have to generally have the gear that's damaged. Okay? And then you have to find another gear that's the same. That's got the same mesh up there, but this one's damaged. You see that? It's got 1 tooth missing. So I doubt that's going to be a good choice. Yep, it's also stripped out and garbage. So that one's garbage.
Like actual garbage?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is what I do is I save my servos when a plane crashes or when I crash a plane. See, this one's broken also. This is pretty much where they fail. And what happens is you always use the same piece. It's always the same piece that seems to strip out.
That one looks pretty close, actually.
Nope. Too short. Too short. Oh, wow. Look at that. Nope. Wrong. Wrong. So basically, then you look through your bag of goodies, and if you can't find it, then you go to your backup plan. But I'm going to pause, and we'll go through this real quick, and then come right back to you. All right, so we basically exhausted our spare parts, and so we're not going to be able to use any of those. Unfortunately, these must all be 9-gram servos, and so I'll put them back into my bag. And what we're going to do is I look through my bags and bags of replacement servos, and it looks like we have quite a few to choose from. This one here would be another example of why we're not going to use a 9-gram servo, is just because the size is going to be different. You see how that doesn't quite reach? So if you guys aren't familiar with basically servo sizing, they measure the size of the servo in terms of the weight of the servo, but it's actually, there's a lot more specs that go into it, and the amount of torque that comes out of the output shaft is one of the factors. And in this case, I found this one here. This is a Metal Gear. It's probably a Hobby King version. The wire's hopefully long enough, but this is an HK15 148B. So I don't know if that's a Metal Gear servo or what. I mean, it's got a metal output shaft, but that does not necessarily mean it's a Metal Gear servo. It might just be that the output shaft is actually metal. But you can see the difference. Here's a Metal Gear servo, and look how much nicer those components are. And this is also like a 15-gram size compared to like a 9-gram size in a plastic gear. And you can see just how much more robust that is. It also weighs a lot more. And that's part of the reason why you don't always see Metal Gear servos, but mostly the cost is what prevents people from using them. Manufacturers, not people. Now, we obviously need to replace this servo, so we want to make sure that they fit in terms of the reach where they're going to be mounted. Okay. I had to move that to get away from an inactivity warning. That's going to be a perfect size. Okay. So we'll go ahead and use this size. And now I'm just looking to see if we happen to get lucky enough that it has the same teeth. And the way you can do that is you can either put your control horn on it, or you can just spin it around there with the output shaft from the old one. Okay, so that's going to become a new dead servo for us. So I'm just going to see if it goes on. So this being the output control arm, okay. Then obviously this needs to reach to the receiver, which is going to be a pretty tight squeeze. And so I'm just going to feed that under. That would really, really annoy me if I had to put an extension cord on there for like 1/2 inch. But it definitely looks like that's going to reach. Okay. So now, as you can see, the elevator moves, but the elevators aren't even. So we'll still have to play with those mechanically to get those square. So I want this to be, I want that to fall on there, but it's not falling on there. So I'll show you how I would normally deal with that. I'm going to go back over to my pile of goodies. Obviously with this bag, I have particular output shafts or output. See, this is the one that it came on. Okay. So it fits down there nicely, and then it's got those key pattern. Okay. So I was hoping they would line up, but it does not look like they're going to line up because it's slightly different size. So now I want to try to closely mimic that as I can. So in this case, that's really close. That'll work just fine. So we'll actually use that, make sure it fits. Yeah, that's going to fit fine. Okay, so that should be good. And then we'll just cut it off with our side cutters or pliers. But I don't know if the servo's centered, so we got to actually get that centered. That's our next step. And then the screws that had been previously holding on that end is not going to be necessary anymore. And instead, we're going to be using this. Or shoot, was that the one that was in there? So we'll pull that out. I thought that was it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Okay. So once we get things centered, we'll be able to tell where to locate everything. So if you guys have never had to do this to fix a plane on a brand new plane, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have to do this. I had to do this on quite a few planes. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't. It still drives me nuts and it really ticks me off, but what are you gonna do? Be ticked off. Okay, so I'm gonna slide this wire in and hopefully it reaches. Looks like we're just gonna make it. I mean, just barely. Okay, so now when I move my controller, I can hear it move and make sure it's centered. Okay. Okay, so it's moving. So now that it's moving, I can just kind of get a feel for where center is. So that's gonna be center. I need to get my screws in, so that'll hold steady. And then obviously we need to center our control horns or control arms out here as well. So I think at this point, it probably makes sense to go ahead and throw a couple of screws in to hold everything in place like this. And we also have to clip off the end of the control horn that we're not using. Okay. So this is going to be just basically a matter of kind of screwing it back in. Where did my screwdriver go?
Which one?
The black one.
It's over here.
I need that one. Thank you.
That one.
Okay, so we'll just get this one in here. And this has the ISO mounts on it. So we'll get that. I'm having trouble. You want to pause? Okay, so now we're just going to tighten this back in where it had been before. It does look like it's maybe just a hair smaller in terms of its length, overall length. That's not necessarily a problem. This is a Metal Gear servo. It's going to be stronger, almost guaranteed. But that doesn't mean that it's going to fit with a perfect fit. I gotta loosen that a little bit so I can get the holes to line up. This is where it'd be really nice to have an extra set of hands. We were doing so good on this plane, weren't we?
I know.
There we go. Now we're lined up. Okay. So that's going to be tight. And then that's going to be toit like a toiga. Okay, so those are tight. So now you can see we have one more screw that we're going to have to put in, but I need to see how this is going to work. Okay, so I like the way that's working. We have a threaded rod at the end of this. So if I had more length on this cable, I would want this to be on the other side, but we don't. So we're gonna get what we get. Now I'm just gonna cut that end off that we don't need. And then I can stick this back on. Okay, so before we tighten that on, I'm just going to go in here to the inner hole like this. And I'm basically going to have to go at a bit of an angle. Let's see if we have any binding because of that. Okay, we have full sweep both ways. It stops at the top. I don't like that. So I'm actually going to go up one tooth toward the front of the plane. And then the rest I'll mechanically adjust out over here. It looks like we're pretty close to center. So that brings it up, that brings it down, up, then down, up, then down. So now let's center it over here before I commit to that position, but I'm afraid I'm gonna lose this little dinky screw, and that screw is what sets this, so I'm just gonna set it for now. Even though I would rather have done that later, I just don't wanna lose the screw. Okay, so we have the new servo in there. This is one way you can adjust left and right. You can adjust just one side versus the other. If you adjust that thing,
What?
it's a collar.
Oh,
I'm gonna
right.
actually get
Yeah.
an Allen wrench so I can adjust that, because if we can adjust one, we may not have to mess with this other side. This side's pretty dang close now.
Okay.
1.5 millimeters. Oh, yes. Now look what's happening back here. See, as I move it, it just moves the one side but not the other.
Oh.
Okay. I can actually just move this to center, and then I can just torque down this set screw. Really hard, okay? So now we have an elevator that's even on both sides. And look, it goes up and it goes down. Isn't that convenient how that works? The only problem is, because of the way we're sweeping, there's less upward movement than downward movement. I do not like that at all. I wonder if I could resolve that somehow. Like, for instance, ideally this would be even, this would be square here. So this would be, instead of where it is, whoa, it would be here, which is just past center. And I'm going to show you why that isn't going to work in this application. Okay. So now when you go up and down, up and down, up and down. Okay, I have another solution. I'm going to go out one hole. I know some of you guys are rolling your eyes like, you went from a Dynam to a Hobby King? Yeah, I know. I'm just really tracking down the quality. Okay.
So you switched the actual hole on the.
I went out one arm
Okay.
position.
It's just hard.
That's going to make for a larger throw. There you go, and there you go, and there you go, and there you go. So now, what I want to do is I want to see if I can bring this out just a hair, because we're really pretty close on left and right, but we're not there. I'm just afraid I have to make sure I have to keep enough threads on here so that it doesn't come off of here, okay? So we're going to have to just pay attention. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that's not very many threads on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See that? 10, 11, 12. See, I feel like I'm going in far enough to where I actually have a bite. The problem is that'd be devastating if that just yanked out while you were flying. You would be screwed. Your elevator would go. And you don't want to lose half the elevator because you're going to roll the plane. It'll cause it to want to roll. So, that's frustrating. Now the other side we're not going to have the same problem with because we can move that other shaft independent. So on this side it should be a little bit simpler in that I can undo this. Sorry, camera crew. This one I can screw in a bunch, okay? Once it's screwed in a bunch, then I can just adjust that stop again on that collar.
Okay.
And you're like, but Brian, you're going the wrong way. I know, I realize that, and it's really frustrating. But otherwise, I'm not going to have any bite on this threads. Okay, there we go. Sorry, camera crew, I can't help it.
I know.
It's hard for me to see on this step. Okay, so that's snapped on. So now that one's pulling down way too much. But that's an easy fix. I can adjust this collar now. Once I adjust this collar, then I can lengthen this while pulling the collar. See? Now I've got even and I've got even. And I'm going to tighten this again. Oh man, that is a really bad design for controlling both of those. Oh, of course I don't even have this one attached yet. So close. I think I'm just going to regrettably have to bring it out. Yep, that's just the way it's going to have to be.
I thought you didn't need pesky elevators.
Well, that's what
Right.
what's his name said? Ian. Yep, Ian, if you're watching, which I doubt you are, who needs a pesky elevator? All right, so let's see how bad we are. We're pretty close. We're a little bit down. We're a little bit down. Up, down. So you guys see what I'm talking about here though? Because this cable won't allow me, because of where the receiver is mounted, you know what? Screw where the receiver is mounted. I'm moving it back. There we go. I moved it back. Look, now it's there. That worked out good. Pretty simple. Now I'm going to move the whole servo. I'm going to flip it around 180 degrees. My camera crew is rolling her eyes big time. Hey, listen, this is just what happens, camera crew. This is what you got to do when you're fixing the Chinese screw-ups. Okay. It's unfortunate, but true.
Why are you rotating it all the way around?
Because then I'm going to get more reach. And I probably need to move the servo. We probably need to move it back again, the mount.
Probably.
Because it's not far enough back.
Just can't see anything you're doing. Your hands are in the way.
Well, you're going to have to figure out a way. I apologize. Thank you for falling, screw. I appreciate you rubbing it in. That just makes me feel good. Thank goodness it's a magnetic Chinese screwdriver. Okay, so now we'll go to the third hole. Second. Oh, what are we going to? Let's go to the next one down. Okay, good. Yeah, it looks like that receiver's going to move just a little bit further. I don't want to hit the volume button when I'm pressing it down. Would you look at that? I think it's going to reach, maybe. Oh, look at that. Fancy dance. That is just wonderful. Wonderful, great, grand. There we go. We'll start that. And then we're going to get this one in the other side. But I need to make sure that wire doesn't get hit when I put this screw in because it's pretty much right back there. Hey, quit your humming at me, servo. Oh, you son of a gun. Can you move your arm so I can tip this?
Yeah.
Where did it go? Don't worry, I'm not going to throw the plane. That's what I was thinking I wanted to do, but...
See it?
I did. Regrettably. Thank you, camera crew. All right, so if you give me just a couple seconds, I'll try to do that again. Okay, so it's dropped into that hole. Now I seriously need to make sure I don't hit that wire. Don't you worry about that noise there. That's all part of the show. Oh, for God's sake, just get in there, you little turd lever. I'm gonna have to take this stupid thing out.
The whole thing?
No. No, for God's sake, get out of there. I'm trying to do it without it shooting across the room, but I'm obviously not very good at that today. There it goes. I'm trying to push this screw so that it aligns in the hole that already exists. And I'm just like not getting lucky. You see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to line this into that hole. And that hole alignment is just a little bit off because the other servo was just a little tiny bit bigger, like 1 millimeter bigger or 2 millimeters bigger. And so basically I'm fighting getting the screw alignment, and all the while I have to be careful not to hit the wire from behind. Yep, got it lined up that time. Okay, so we're going to tighten that in there, and we're going to put this. Okay, now we can actually put this where it needs to be, which is here. Okay, so now you'll notice the elevator's up and way too high, and now we're going to adjust these mechanically. And my camera crew has been telling me in the last few seconds that we're about to run out of time. Again, I don't know why, but we're gonna have to pull the video. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna adjust these two linkages. You've already seen me do it a couple of times now. This will be the third, so I'm gonna do it off camera while we get our memory figured out. Okay, so since we already showed you once, we didn't show the cable management again because it was just, you know, the same thing again. Obviously we are unplugged, so we're gonna plug this back in. I put the battery in the other way, so we're just trying to anticipate the next move, which is to get the CG worked out. So I got that squished in. It fits nicely vertical like that. And so I'm gonna plug in this little adapter here. Okay. So you'll notice that I centered the receiver because there's no reason for it to be off to the side in our application. Now you guys might have different situation depending on how your ESC's worked out and all that good stuff. And the big thing is you just want to make sure that you don't have your wires all bound up touching your servos, okay? So I'm just going to show you. That turns to the right, that turns to the, or excuse me, that turns to the right, that turns to the left, that rolls to the left, and that rolls to the right, that goes up, that goes down. Okay, so that's all the control surfaces, right? Mm-hmm. Throttle cuts off. Okay, so the EDFs are working, throttle cuts on, it's definitely blowing toward the camera. Okay, so now in this case, you'll notice there's no little piece that has to dive into the front here, so we should be okay with that battery like it's located. And I think I'm just running into one of my wires. What wire am I hitting? Oh no, we're good. Okay, so that's in there. So now the CG, remember we made one extra mark on accident. With gear down. Holy jeez. Are you kidding me? It's still tail heavy. That's probably not a good sign. How big a battery were they expecting? 4,000 4S, right?
Right.
The vibration is palpable. All right, so here we go. We're gonna try something else too real quick. I wanna see what type of thrust we got. Not 1-to-1, I know that. Mm-hmm. I'm actually quite surprised that that is not more nose heavy with the battery where we've got it located. Look at this.
Is it pushed all the way up there?
That's all the way up there. Okay, so does that mean we're gonna actually have to add nose weight? Let's see how much more we would need to get it happy. So let's add a 6S 3200 just for grins. I'm not gonna actually hook it up as such. That would be sweet if it would take a 6S, because then I would have the correct connector and it would be a lot more powerful, which feels like it could maybe use the extra power.
If the ESC is rated up to 6S.
but the motors might not be.
Okay, that was my question is what else could be an issue?
That'd be awesome if it fit 6S. That'd be sweet. I bet it'd fly really good. I'm a 1/4 inch behind the center of gravity mark to get it to bounce out. Then when the gear claps.
You're not plugged in.
Oh, right. Good point, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else could cause it to be tail heavier. And the only thing I could think is if the ESCs were somehow supposed to be mounted up here magically. I don't know how you would ever get that. The BEC will work. The BEC will work. So do you want to fry it and have wasted all that time?
I might actually cry.
Okay, then we're not going to do that. But the 3200 6S was pretty close. So if you had, say, a 4000 6S, it would fit perfectly. Now, the other thing, too, is okay, so that would fit perfectly, and that would take care of the CG issue, I believe. Just going right off of the factory CG point. That's pretty perfect. Okay, retracts. Gorgeous. Okay. Make sure everything else works. Elevator, up, down. Ailerons left, right. Rudder left, right. Nose gear, left, right. Okay, so now the other thing we have to do, throttle cut is on, just so I don't accidentally get excited and try to kill it. We have to know how to turn safe, not safe, but gyro on and off. It's not currently on. It's still not on.
Is it a throttle thing? Like on...
No, I don't think so. We might have to assign it to a different switch though. Because you remember how we tied it to the rudder in the mix?
Yeah.
Let's look at this now. Channel.
Monitor.
Auxiliary 2. Auxiliary 1 was the one that was doing it. There you go. Okay, so auxiliary 1 is now over here, so we got to switch that. I want that to be controlled by SB. Switch set. Aileron, okay. Mix set, aileron curve.
Channel monitor.
That's not what I want. I want gyro.
Function set. Airplane gyro. Mode switch.
Mode switch. Okay, so switch 1, switch 2. SC. SC. I want to change that.
Airplane gyro.
How do I switch that?
You have to go to the channel thing.
Airplane gyro.
Yaw gain.
Logging. Airplane gyro. Function set.
ESC set?
Waiting for device to connect.
I don't want to. Okay, never mind.
Function set. Transmitter set. System set.
Nope.
Transmitter set. Auto parameter.
Switch set. So we've got aileron, elevator, rudder, RS curve. It's not there. Servo delay, reverse, sub trim, and endpoints. That's not going to work.
Transmitter set. Model set.
Channel.
Channel set.
Okay, good enough. Yep, thank you. Good job, camera crew. So that one's gonna be SC now.
Bob transmitter.
Okay, so now it's gonna be here. Okay, so gyro, this is auto leveling, is all the way down. Okay. Then this is probably gyro. Up, 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 down, left, right. Okay, so all of those are working correctly. So all I need to do is I want this to be gyro on, I want this to be nothing, and I want this to be the auto leveling. Was that under function set? Yeah. Airplane gyro. Mode map. Okay, so gyro mode, manual mode. I'm gonna go to gyro mode. And then I'm gonna go to manual mode, okay? So in this position, the gyro is on. Then nothing, that's manual, and then auto leveling, okay? So in manual, everything works. Okay, so now with gyro on, this is my last question. Is this gonna kill the motors when I give it 6S power?
Is there a way to like look it up?
I could just run it on 6S and then limit the throttle position. That'd be one way to do it. Because you're just gonna give it more voltage if you go up in a higher throttle setting. But then our CG gets worked out. So that's the only thing I'm thinking about. I just don't want to kill it because that was a lot of work.
Yeah,
Does it say on the specs what the motors are rated for?
that's what I was just gonna say. Or can we find out what the motors are?
Speed control, okay, motor size are KV 3500 times 2. That doesn't answer that question. If they're rated for 6S or not. They might be. I doubt it, or they would have made this a 6S model. And the ESCs are rated for 2 through 6 volts. So, and it's gonna give us the same output on the BEC, which means our electronics are gonna be protected. So in terms of the 6S would probably be okay. Somewhere between 5 and 6, it's gonna fry something. So we're not gonna run it with a 6S because I can't handle killing this plane after all that work because I wanted to use a 6S when it was only calling out a 4S. That being said, if it's weak and we need more power, then, you know, to the extent that it's no fun to fly, then maybe I'll do it.
Right.
So what I can do in the meantime is if I do, instead of a 4000 4S, if I do two 3200 4Ss, that would be 6200 milliamp hours of capacity in parallel. Look at that. They do go in there. Now, you could actually run 2 separate connectors for this. I don't think I'm gonna do that, obviously. That'd be like a ton of work. I don't wanna redo all that crap. But you can see,
Oh man.
I know, it makes me nervous too.
Yeah.
It does fit, and all I would need to do is basically use a parallel adapter. And I don't know if I have a parallel adapter in here, but I know I've got one somewhere. Yeah, like this. See that? So the negative all connect to the negative and the positive all connect to the positive. So that'll actually make me parallel. So then that means that I still have a 4S pack. It's just a lot bigger 4S pack. Okay. So let's see how many wrong adapters I can use in the same plane before we get to what we want.
Can you get those ICs plugged in next to
Ooh,
each other?
they're pretty tight, yeah.
They're a lot thicker than an
They're
XT60.
thicker. I have another style, but see, this one's a series adapter, so it's gonna take the positive and negatives, put them in series, which I could also do that to 2Ss, but I don't have 2Ss of this size class.
Well, could you check the CG without having it plugged in, just to see?
Where's the fun in that?
You mean like the video ending fun in that?
I just want to make sure it all works because this is probably the way we're going to have to fly it. Or we're going to have to add dead weight, which I just am a strong believer in not adding dead weight because that is a huge waste of space and time. Okay, center of gravity is probably going to be fine now. Oh yeah. 6,400 milliamp hours of capacity to get to that. Good lordy lord. It's going to be heavy. It's like a little hurricane test. Okay, so obviously that works. Everything otherwise is working stabilizer wise. Elevator is now working since we replaced it. Everything else is working. This plane is ready to fly. All we have to do is wait for some decent weather. And when I say decent weather, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it has to be good enough that I'm comfortable flying this and landing it. And having big, huge berms of snow on either side of the runway really means you've got to stick to landing. So I'm not sure if that's going to happen before the grass is exposed or not. But guys, I'm just going to say it like this. Dynam has a way of making my life difficult. And yet I really like the planes once I get them together. So we just give it to you straight and you can make up your own mind. My experience with Dynam is that if you don't mind a little bit of work, you usually get a pretty decent plane out of it. Gorgeous. That thing is going to look so good flying through the sky. Don't you think, camera crew? I think so.
I think so.
All right, guys, if you haven't already, check the links in the description below. You'll really help to support us through these ridiculously long videos if you just buy stuff from the links. You're going to buy it anyway, so just buy it from the links and you'll help support the channel. If you got coupons, you can use your coupon codes. All that stuff still works. Basically, we just still get credit for the sale. So do that. You'll be helping us. If you need to buy this DT9, it's proven to be okay. It's not anything fantastic. It's a lot better than the ready to fly variant, which looks like this. Well, this is one of them. It's okay. I mean, it gets the job done. But this thing is way better. You get some of the really critical things that you need. And one of the biggest features is that you can have multiple models set up. And I fear that if we were using that, we'd forget to reverse a channel and we would crash a plane. So if for nothing else, that's a pretty big deal. Also, this thing has full telemetry. It's just that you have to use the Dynam telemetry. So in my case, I'm more of a Spectrum guy in that sense. If I want telemetry, I'm going to lean toward Spectrum for that. That being said, I am really excited to see this thing fly. It looks good. It sounds like it's going to work okay now that we have the elevator worked out. These push rods were totally fine. We did not have the same issue we had on the last plane. We just literally had a bad servo. And, you know, for what it's worth, we could call up and get a replacement, you know, tomorrow if we wanted to. I don't know if it'd take a couple of days to get here, but the thing is, we have one, so it's done. Any other thoughts, camera crew, before we call it quits?
I think we're done.
Okay, thanks for watching, guys. Come back for more. We got tons of action on the way. YouTube, we forgot to add a few things in our build video. How could we forget, right? So one thing here, this is gonna fall at the end of the flights. Well, excuse me, this is gonna fall at the end of the video. So hopefully you stuck around for it. We opened up holes here for ventilation because I was getting real nervous about these ESCs that were stacked on top of each other. Then I used, here what I did was I used a 5/16 drill bit and I just started the holes. Then I used a torch and I actually took the drill bit out like this. And then I heated the back and I used that to kind of clean up the holes. A hot round tip. You don't want to use this tip. It'll make weird edges. But if you do this, you can get in there and work the edges. And then you can get a nice finished edge on the foam because it'll make all that foam kind of bunch up and be flat. Then on the other side of the plane, you need an exit strategy for the air. So we cut 2 of these holes at a nice angle. This one's a little bit bigger than this one, but they both go into the main cavity as seen here. See back there? See the light? And then obviously you can see through here. I don't know if you guys can see the light here. Show them this way. Can they see?
Yeah,
now?
there you can see the light now.
So the reason we're showing you this now is because, first of all, we didn't cover it in the build, so I apologize. This is the other thing I did while I was waiting on the camera crew, where we were having discussions this morning. I used a bunch of toothpicks to stab in and then hot glue, and I put them over the tip too because those tips were super sharp. And all that does is it just keeps them separate. That stupid little thing never did stick. So this was my solution, and that'll just keep them vertical, and then the air can pass over them. And then I also hot glued around where we had moved this receiver. So hopefully that sits, and then I did 1 strip of glue where all the wires connect. So just, I don't want them to come undone, obviously. So that being said, that's going to give me the opportunity to have everything tucked fairly neatly, and then when we're ready to plug in, we can plug in. And I have, this is not a permanent adapter, it's just plugged in there now. It's got an XT60, and then of course it's got the EC5, okay? So the EC5 is what came on my electronic speed controllers, which is totally ironic because why would they have EC5s on there? Why wouldn't they have like an XT90 or something? So I'm not sure why they picked that size. This is the batteries we're gonna use. Oh, and then I cut those back holes. I didn't really talk about this much, but I have these 20,000 shims. I got like 1 million of them from work. And I heat them up with a torch until it gets hot, and then I just dive it in and make my cuts that way. Then when I'm done, I put the hot end into the hole, and then I drag it out until it gets the edge finished, and then I push back. And it just makes a nice rolled over corner. It's really easy. And usually I start the process by heating it up and then cleaning this off, and then I get back down to the steel. So it's super easy process. Just wanted to show you how I did that. I had toyed with the idea of putting simulated guns into these holes. I found some pens that had the same caps. They were all exactly the same. And so I said I could just get 4 of these and then I could line the holes. But then I just found that it would have been really hard to get those to shoot out straight. And so I just said, no, I'll just go ahead and use a black marker. So I just used this king size ultra tip, whatever. And then I just went through here and covered up. And then once I was done covering it up, I used a Q-tip to spread it around to make it look more aged and spread across the paint evenly. And basically to get up into these nasty spots where you can't get the tip of your marker, you can actually sit there and just soak it in a bunch like this, and then you can get in there and just kind of rub it onto the sides. So that worked out pretty good. I was satisfied with the way it looks, and hopefully that's enough to cool those ESCs. It has been evidently a problem with this model with those ESCs getting overheated. So I'm glad I decided to do that. It was, you know, again, one of those things you don't want to have to do, but if you want the plane to last, this is actually a pretty sweet plane, so I'm hoping it does well. Now, as to what we're doing for batteries, 2 smart 4S packs, 3200, so that's 6,400 milliamp hours of capacity in a 4S configuration because these are in parallel. So I have this parallel adapter, but back when I was building these, I was actually using XT60. So you can see they don't fit together real great. So I'm gonna have to take and build another one of these XT60 adapters, except I'll use, you know, these IC 5 connector ends. Or I'll do it again and I'll put a piece of cardboard when I'm soldering it, so it just gives me a gap.
Have a spacer.
Okay? Because you can see they're in there and they're not coming out easy, but that's hard on the connector. So that being said, that'll go up in here. So let's show you how, excuse me, let's show you how this works. Okay. That sounded like something popped. It did. Look at that. The magnet came off.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so we'll pause and fix that. Okay, so we have the hot glue gun getting warm, and while we're doing that, I just wanted to show you a trick. Okay, so when you have a magnet break free like that, you have to be real careful how you orient it. So many times you can just stick it on here and just let it go where it wants to be, and then you lay it back down in its position, and that's what you're gonna do, is you're gonna glue the spot where it's gonna set, and then you're gonna squish this down in. and you're just gonna leave it there for a minute. Hot glue works okay on some foams. On other foams, it eats it way too quick, so you have to be real sparing with how much you use. You have to be a little bit careful on where you use it, because if it's a thin piece, it'll just melt the whole foam behind it. Because remember, this is like an insulated cooler, okay? Okay, so now while that's getting warm, I wanted to show you the final product on the glue for the canopy. See how strong that is? Really strong. Looks great too. Where the glue did seep out a little teeny bit, there's just a little bit of a more of a shine. It's not even really shiny, it's still sort of matte. But look how nice that turned out. Really, really good. There's a little bit here, so you can see where the lip of that was one drip that we missed. But feel how strong that is.
But it still is like...
It doesn't pop and hiss and break off every time you look at it wrong.
Yeah, it looks good.
So that formula, whatever it is, when you're watching that, it's worth the $6 or $7. I mean, I bought that in 2017, so it's probably more than $5 now. But you'll buy one tube and you'll use it for, like, a normal person will probably use it for their entire life. It doesn't seem to dry out either. So just make sure you shake it like crazy before you use it, because I don't know, it never seems to get thinner, and it just keeps that milkiness to it. It's weird. It's just the weirdest glue I've ever used. Okay, so this is getting warm. I already used this earlier, so it was already sort of warm from mounting these ESCs. Now these ESCs are still, they're just kind of resting in there, but the thing is about ESCs is they get hot. So if you were to hot glue this in here, it's just gonna melt anyway. So I wanted to make sure to hot glue these stakes in, not hot glue the actual ESCs in. So there's a little teeny bit of hot glue that's like dripped over the edges, and that's okay, but like that stuff isn't even gonna be there probably. Yeah, it's still warming up a little bit. But basically the idea is if you can glue, you know, like wherever these get close, you can have a little bit of retention, because I could actually pick up the model from that. And I could pick up the model from that. So that means that if you hit some turbulence, or, you know, you do like a cornhole up there, then it's gonna be fine. Granted, I don't think this plane's gonna be doing cornholes. You should be okay. So without further ado, I got strings already, so it must be warm enough to make strings. You can smell when they're done. My camera crews always give me trouble about smelling glue. I wonder why.
Frowned upon.
So let's see if we've worked it up enough. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm just scooping it on there, and yes, I got a little bit heavy, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast on this. Okay, so now we're gonna push that down until it gets satisfactory, and we're gonna literally just leave it. We're not gonna mess with it. Once we have it where we want it, we're gonna hold it. Normally you wouldn't have to obviously hold a canopy, but since hot glue will compress and push out of the way, I need that to be where I want it. And then I'm just gonna hold it for like a little longer than I think I should. So we'll pause it and come right back. Okay, so we're just gonna lift this off and just show you kind of what's going on here. Now I just need to press down on the foam a little bit. You can see that stuff is set up, but it's still like really pretty fresh. I feel like that could have gone a little bit deeper, so I'm just gonna press really hard and just relieve that a little bit, and then we'll try again. Yeah, that feels sturdy.
That seemed good.
But I mean, I've been reading a little bit about this plane while I've been kind of waiting to fly it. And I had a few people saying they were going like over 100 miles an hour with it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if I buy that. And then I heard some other people saying that they were not going 100 miles an hour. They meaning the people that were going over 100. Okay, so let's talk about batteries now. I'm gonna pull this.
Come around here so I can see.
So this is just one of those things where actually I can put it down now off the plane stand, because that gets a little lower for us both. Plane stands are weird like that. Sometimes they're super handy and other times they're just not really helpful. It just depends on the size and shape of the plane.
Well,
but
most planes you can't sit like flat like
yeah,
this.
because the nacelles are perfect for that. So dual 4S 3200 milliamp hour in parallel all the way forward. Okay, I have a piece of paper, just regular paper, nothing fancy about it, and I just have that so it's like this. Okay, and you're probably wondering what the heck is going on, Brian? Why are you putting a piece of paper in there? Well, the reason I'm putting a piece of paper in there And just studying these two packs, it looks like this one maybe is a little bit wider than this one. And that's not uncommon. Even in the highest quality lipos, the soft packs will have slight variations in size, which is really annoying for us modelers. Okay, so watch what happens to this seam as I do this. I'm really ramming it in, okay? Watch the seam open up. This is why I'm nervous about the solution. It holds nice all the way forward, okay? That seam wants to open, you see? Yeah, I know, I agree. I cringe as well. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna basically have this ready to rock and roll, and then I'm gonna take and use this dumb technology, just a regular voltage alarm. Now keep in mind, when you use an EDF, many times they scream at a similar frequency to what this makes for noise as an alarm. So you need to be aware. And you're like, but Brian, you've got 2 batteries in there. How does this work? Well, there's 2 batteries, okay? 4.19, 4.18, 4.24, whatever. 4.15. This thing has an issue, and I know that. In fact, I reviewed a battery, and I was still using these at the time for ZOP. And it was a great battery, and it was like perfectly balanced, but this thing told me it wasn't. And so I thought, how can you sell me a brand new battery that's not balanced? Well, it was my equipment that wasn't balanced. So that being said, we also have the smart tester we could use from Spectrum. Would be way better, but let's not do that yet. So you see, this is having to reach way back here because it's so big, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the transmitter on just like every other plane. Okay, I'm gonna click and just make sure I'm in the right model. Model type, model parameter. Gosh, I just am so not used to this thing. Model set. This is model number 3, okay? Throttle cuts on, expo's in the middle, and I think this is the landing gear should be up. Okay, but I just need to be Johnny on the spot because if they go down, I gotta lift the plane up quick. Okay? So I'm just gonna leave this doohickey here. Oh, and by the way, if you have an XT60 that's loose, take a Phillips screwdriver and go into this between the pedals when it's de-energized and open those up, okay? That will help get a better bite. Okay? So everything is running. I want to keep that out of the ESC spot. If I can get it up here, that'd be better. Yeah, like this. See? Because what that's going to do for us is that's going to keep more weight forward of the center of mass. Okay? Center of gravity. I don't know why I said center of mass. Oh, but you know what? That's going to block this from dropping down. I'll have to push this back a little bit. Okay? And then push that down. It's just kind of, the wires are going like this. So I have my gyro on here. I have gyro off, and then I have auto leveling here. So I'm going to go through the control surface test right now while I can, because it's comfortable in here. Elevator up, elevator down, rudder left, rudder right, aileron roll left, aileron roll right. No flaps to worry about. That's our landing gear, so we'll try the landing gear real quick before we go out. Okay, now I can test the steerable nose gear as well. Yep, correct direction, correct direction. All right, everything looks good. So basically at this point, you guys have seen it all. You've seen the whole build. You've seen all the touch-ups and workarounds. And I must say, with those 2 packs, you'd think the CG is gonna be way nose heavy, right? Way nose heavy, right? That's perfect. So 3200, essentially what could be 8S is in there right now. I would love to run a 4000 6S in this plane if I knew the ESCs would handle it, but from what I understand, they probably won't. So we're gonna go fly right now. Thanks guys for watching this horrendously long video. Anything that says Dynam is gonna be long and not necessarily in a good way. But if you like this plane and it flew good in the Maiden, or maybe it didn't fly good in the Maiden, we crashed it a million pieces, but you still like it and you think you can one-up me and do a better job, then I challenge you to look in the link, follow the description, or in the description, look at the link and click on that. You can buy this, you'll help support us. This is in 2 trim liveries. There's this one, and then there's the gray and dark gray. I don't know if you want to call it dark gray and light gray up here. So this is the camo livery on the ME262. So we'll link to both of those and all the trim finishes only on the Unbox build radio setup and Maiden flight video. And then from there on after, we'll just show the plug and fly configuration in our standard list of super links. So if you guys buy those things, also the DT9, you'll be able to figure out if you like that from this flight. This does have stabilization. I'm checking that again right now. Everything is going the right direction. Full auto leveling, finding the quickest path to level. Everything looks good. So we'll start out the flight in gyro, and then we'll switch to no gyro if there's problems, and we'll switch to auto leveling if we want to see how it looks. But thanks for watching, guys. Come back for more. We got tons of action. We obviously put tons of effort into these videos, so we hope the least you can do is like the video, subscribe, click the bell for notifications if you like watching them, and then also definitely check the description and buy from the links if you're going to buy this plane anyway. You'll really help us out. Come back for more.